So his point is we could take the staff items, potentially move those, 8.5 and 8.6, move
Bruce,
those
we're on.
up. I don't see why not. So we're already at 6 o'clock.
So he wants to move 8.5, 8.6 after.
Where do you want to slot them in?
Yeah, but I'm looking
So
at.
do you want to go through all the way through the consent and then after that? Okay, so consent, then 8.5, 8.6? Is that what you want to do? Okay. Oh, poor.
Yeah.
Poor fire chief.
Yeah, true. I get what he's saying. He's certainly trying to get as
Well,
many staff as
actually, yeah. I'm going to tell him to do 7.1 first, then 8.5, 8.6. Mayor? Because we do have staff for this one. 7.1 first, and then 8.5, 8.6. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
This time I'll call to order the April 3, 2025 meeting of the Clearwater City Council. If you wish to address the council tonight, please complete a comment card. Comment cards are located by the clerk seated to the right of the dais. When called to speak, please hand your card to the clerk. There's also an overflow room. I know it's tight in here. We do have some recognitions that will begin the meeting. So some folks, after they're recognized for different proclamations, so on and so forth, they'll leave. But if you want to be seated while we're going through that portion of the agenda, then there is an overflow room just next door, and be glad to find a seat there. With that, I will call forward Major Ted Morris from the Salvation Army to present tonight's invocation, and I'd ask you all afterwards to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's bow for prayer. Our Father, we thank you for this beautiful day you've given to us today. Father, we thank you for our mayor, the members of the city council, those who are working, who've been elected or selected to work for our city in this way. Bless our city attorney and the city manager and those in law enforcement, those in first responders who work for our city. Father, we just ask that you would bless each one of them as you've placed upon them the mantle of leadership through votes and through appointment. Father, may this meeting be productive. We pray that you'll bless the leadership, bless the decisions that are made. For it's in your holy and precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll move to item 4 on the agenda. First let me introduce tonight the dais for tonight. To my far left is our City Clerk, Rosemarie Call.
Good evening.
To her right is City Attorney David Margolis.
Good evening.
To his right is Councilmember Michael Menino.
Good evening.
To his right is our Vice Mayor, David Albritton.
Good evening.
To my right is Councilmember Lena Teixeira.
Good evening.
To her right is Councilmember Ryan Cotton.
Good evening.
To her right is City Manager Jennifer Poirier.
Good evening.
And to her right is Assistant City Manager Daniel Slaughter. With that, we'll move to item 4.1 on the agenda. Tonight, I'd like to call forward Eric Harris from CFY, Program Manager, to present the presentation on the Clearwater for Youth 2025 scholarships.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and toss it over here to our Vice Chair, Mr. Hoyt Hamilton.
Good evening, for those of you that don't know me. Now, it's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I'd like to call all of the young people that are here that are being awarded scholarships by CFY. Please come forward. Now, Council and Mayor, as you all know, I sat up there for 14 years. And many of the things that you guys have to deal with are very intricate and very difficult at times. But let me tell you something. When you have to go through over 300 scholarship applications and then try to rank them, your top 20, and then rank those top 20 from number 1 through number 20, it is an exercise that I recommend all of you do. It is a very, very rewarding. I can tell you that Assistant City Manager Slaughter is one of our scholarship committee members, so he knows exactly. He went through all those scholarships as well. So it is my pleasure, first of all, to let you know that our chair, Fred Miller, is here tonight, and another one of our scholarship committee members, Bill Fisher, is here as well. So when I call your name, just kind of wave your hand so everybody knows who you are. Oh, yes. And Mike Wallach is here as well. Mike is also one of our scholarship people. So we've got great input and people a lot smarter than me helping. First, we have Sydney Wilhelm. Sydney is the recipient of the Halliday Family Scholarship. Brandy Halliday, the widow of Roy Halliday, very supportive and on our board, has a scholarship every year. Sydney went to Clearwater High School. She's going to be attending St. Pete College and then transferring beyond there after she receives her AA. She was all-state in softball. She is an all-academic softball recognition in the state of Florida. She was a swimming MVP and Offensive Player of the Year on the softball team. So she is very talented, and outside of her sports, she participated in the Pinellas County Leadership Summit. So she's going to do some great things in her future. Sydney, congratulations. Next, we have Pablo Vargas Arvizu. Is Pablo here? Not here. I will tell you real quick, he'll be attending St. Pete College. He was a varsity wrestler, and his community service included working with the Boys and Girls Club and Achieve a Credit Union. Alexa Garcias Hernandez. There we go. Alexa is a Clearwater High student who will be attending St. Pete College. She was on the basketball team and is a National Honors Award winner. Do you know what college you're going to? SPC. Become a very, very quality school, and you'll do very well. We're looking for great things. Herman, I might get this wrong. Is Herman here? Last name? Bramas. There we go. I'm not going to tell you how it's spelled because I would have pronounced it wrong. Herman goes to Clearwater Central Catholic. He was a varsity soccer captain, varsity tennis captain, helped tutor in the English class, and is the vice president of the math competition club. He also was a participant in the Clearwater Chargers program, soccer program that Clearwater for Youth is very involved with our support of. Do we know where you're going?
University of Florida.
Go Gators. Not that I am a Gator, but there we go. John Alex Galligan. There we go. John is a Clearwater Central Catholic student as well. He's going to be attending Florida State. I guess go Seminoles. I'm a Georgia Tech guy, so I don't really have an allegiance to any of the Florida schools. He was a varsity soccer, a peer minister, a UN model, and a student ambassador, and participated as well in his younger years with the Clearwater Chargers. Joshua Bradley. Joshua goes to Calvary Christian High School. Do we know where you're going?
University of Texas.
Texas. Austin's a beautiful city. Joshua played JV basketball, was club track and field, varsity track and field, pickleball club. We didn't have pickleball. Pickleball was an unknown item when I was in high school. Engineering club, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and the Rotary Club. His community service is Feeding America, Pumpkin Patch Volunteer, Jacksonville Mission Trip, Pack-a-Sack, Metropolitan Ministries, Relentless Sports Performance, and Skycrest Sports Camp. And he played for the Clearwater Chargers and Countryside Little League. So, well, Morgan Talley. Morgan attends Calvary Christian High School. She is going to be going to North Carolina State University. She was a varsity softball captain, varsity volleyball captain, Florida High School Athletic Association first team All-State, and has played for the Clearwater Lady Bombers and Dunedin Little League programs that Clearwater for Youth supports. Morgan, congratulations. Tatiana Santilli. She's not here. She is going to be going, she's a Calvary Christian high school student, will be attending the University of Florida. She was a UN club member, art camp counselor, math, National Honor Society, social studies, National Honor Society, English Honor Society, and Science Honor Society. Things I know nothing about. Community service and leadership, Science National Honor Society, and Spanish Honor Society. Leighton Diaz or Days? Days. Okay. Leighton is a Calvary Christian student. Do we know college? I'm undecided. Still undecided. Somebody's going to get a good one here. He was on varsity tennis, JV soccer, Model United Nations, Most Improved Tennis Award, AP Scholar Award, and he is going to, like I said, he's going to be going somewhere and do great things. Cameron Power. Cameron is also a Calvary Christian. She's attending Florida Atlantic University. She played varsity softball. She's a pet pal, animal shelter worker, and best buddies. And she's played with the Lady Bombers and Clearwater Bullet softball programs. And there we go. Congratulations. Last two are not here. Corey Perlin, Countryside High School, varsity basketball captain, and played varsity football as well. Had outstanding attendance, 4.4 weighted GPA, top 5% of his class, maintained a 3.9 unweighted GPA throughout high school. President's honor list, player of the game, multiple tournaments, player of the week, multiple weeks, Florida Athletic Coach Association All-Academic Award, and Pinellas County Athletic Conference All-County First Team. And he participated with the Countryside Junior Cougars. Sloan Magaziner went to Countryside and is going to be attending St. Pete College and was involved in theater, National Junior Honor Society, and student council. So with that, Mayor and council members, I present to you a portion of our scholarship winners. Did I miss one? I'm sorry. Julia, you get the honor of stepping up and telling them about. I don't have your bio in front of me, so I'm going to let you step up.
All right, yeah.
My name is Julia Patterson. I'm going to Daytona State on a softball scholarship. I play for the Clearwater Bullets, and I like to, what do I like to do? I volunteer at Clearwater Little League, and Oh, and I go to Clearwater High School. Thank you.
So and somebody else from me. I'm only as good as what they give me.
My name is Zari Tatiana Perez. I go to Clearwater High School. I'm gonna go to St. Pete College, and well, I'm kind of an art kid, so yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Like I said, this process was something to experience. We will be awarding over $320,000 in scholarships this year. So we're giving a group of young people a great head start, and we are pretty confident we're going to see great things out of all of them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. First up, we'll get a picture, but yeah, I just wanted to say, just on behalf of the city, I just can't tell you how proud we are of you kids. I mean, you've excelled here in Clearwater, and we know wherever this journey takes you, you're going to make us proud in lots of places, not just in Clearwater, but around the world, with the things that you're going to do as you go forward. And it's great to see all of our high schools represented and succeeding, because we've got great schools and we've got great kids in Clearwater, and we couldn't be any more proud of you. So thank you for coming tonight and letting us recognize you.
If we can get them all up in front and have you all stand up behind them for a picture, that'd be great. You got the photo there? All right. Get them all in there?
I think we can do it a little bit.
There we go.
Take another one.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll move to item 4.2 on the agenda. I'd like to call forward Ray Rodriguez from LifeLink to accept the Donate Life Month proclamation. Ray is here tonight, yeah. Whereas one of the most meaningful gifts that a human being can bestow upon another is the gift of life, and whereas over 104,000 men and women and children are currently on the national waiting list for organ transplantation, of which nearly 5,500 reside in Florida. And whereas 48,149, a historic number of organ transplants occurred in the calendar year 2024 in the United States, thanks to the generosity of 24,018 deceased and living donors, of which LifeLink of Florida honored more donors than ever before, serving 361 organ donors who provided 936 life-saving transplants to patients in need in the state of Florida. And whereas LifeLink of Florida, the nonprofit organization dedicated to the recovery of organs and tissue for transplantation therapy in Florida with a mission to honor donors and save lives through organ and tissue donation, now, therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2025 to be Donate Life Month in the City of Clearwater, and encourage all residents to consider giving life through organ donation and to sign up on Florida's Organ and Tissue Donor Registry by visiting www.donatelifeflorida.org, or when renewing their driver license or state identification card. Thank you for coming here tonight and bringing attention to this important issue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
We have LifeLink, they want me to hand out these pins.
Very good. Yes, we'll do that
They're
here
called
after the meeting.
Infinity pins
Very
for
good.
your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
great to have you here this evening. Not sure all of you heard that. Mr. Rodriguez is a two-time recipient himself of organ donation, so so thank you for coming here tonight. That moved to item 4.3 on the agenda, the National Library Week proclamation. For this proclamation, I'd like to call forward Linda Rothstein from the Clearwater Library. She's our assistant director there. Whereas libraries provide the opportunity for everyone to pursue their passions and engage in lifelong learning, allowing them to live their best life, and whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status, and whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all, whereas libraries play a critical role in the economic vitality of communities by providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for job seekers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. And whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all, now therefore I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim April 6th through the 12th, 2025, to be National Library Week in Clearwater. And I encourage all residents to visit their library to explore the wealth of resources available. Thank you for coming tonight to accept this.
Thank you.
Before we move into the business portion of the program, I just want to, I want to ask those in attendance, obviously we have a large group. Normally we don't have an overflow room, but tonight we do. There's a couple of agendas items that I know we've gotten a lot of communication on. And so we've got a lot of folks here probably that want to say a few words and exercise their right to say a few words. So I would just ask that you help us tonight be respectful to the others in attendance and do a couple things. One is you have 3 minutes to speak, and there are lights on the front of the podium, which tells you when your time is up. And I know it may be an extra 15, 20 seconds that you want to add on to the end of your time, but if we all do that, if I give the latitude to everybody go over their time, whether I agree with what you say or you don't, it's going to cause for a longer evening, and more importantly, it's going to delay a chance for somebody. It could be, could be a grandmother, could be a working mom, could be somebody that's got to get home to their kids, put them to bed. It's going to delay them having a chance to come here tonight and say the words. So please, 3 minutes for each speaker. There are ways you can have additional minutes to speak for somebody else, but please obey the lights up front as a courtesy to the others here and to give them the right to speak. The other thing I'd ask you, we do have decorum rules. They're on the back of the wall. We're not asking anybody not to we're not trying to take anybody's right to come in here and speak, but we are asking you to be respectful of the others here. And particularly when somebody's at the podium or someone in the dais is speaking, please don't interrupt them with outbursts or whatever. It's just going to, again, delay the progression of the meeting and cause someone who went out of their way, maybe they're here for the first time tonight, maybe they've never spoken at a city council meeting, it's going to take it longer for them to have their right to be said. So if we could all work together to respect one another and help each other have a chance to be heard, we'll have a better meeting, a more successful meeting, and we would appreciate that as a courtesy to the others here. With that, we'll move to item 5.1 on the agenda, approval of the minutes.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 5.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda tonight?
Yes, Mayor, I received a request to remove 6.2 and 6.4.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to,
Motion to approve agenda items 6.1 through 6.11, excluding 6.2 and 6.4.
Second?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, we'll move to item 6.2.
Approve an event license agreement between Jones Lang LaSalle Americas, Inc. in the capacity as agent for the owner of the premises known as Countryside Mall, located at 27001 U.S. Highway 19 North, Clearwater, Florida, and the City of Clearwater Police Department for the purpose of hosting a Shred-a-thon and Operation Medicine Cabinet event on April 26, 2025, located at Countryside Mall, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As mentioned at the Monday work session, this is an event license agreement between the City of Clearwater and Jones Lang LaSalle of Americas to host a Shred-a-thon and a drug take-back on April 26th. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.2?
I'm Mr. Haluba. This event license, while on the surface is not a bad thing, it appears to be somewhat unnecessary in the fact that it's a Clearwater Police public relations stunt. The idea is not a bad one until Clearwater Police get involved. I'd like to know, I haven't heard it, maybe the fiefdom member, Mr. Wallach can enlighten us. How are any of these drugs turned in, disposed of? Keeping in mind that Clearwater Police has a rather poor record when it comes to tipping off drug dealers, until caught by the Sheriff's Department. Will these shredded items be recycled or go to the incinerator like most of the recycling that we pay dearly for? This is recycling, Ms. Poirier. Got another example for you. This is recycling too. What you are doing is not. What is the cost to the City of Clearwater for this event? I didn't see that listed anywhere. I feel this type of event, while good-natured, is best handled by the primary law enforcement entity, and that is Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. We don't need Clearwater Police.
Is anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.2? There's none. Is there any council discussion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.4.
Approve underground conversions agreement, UCA, and utility relocation agreement, URA, with Duke Energy LLC in the amounts of $671,431.56 to replace overhead power lines with new underground distribution lines and facilities on Myrtle Avenue from Cleveland Street to Court Street, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Marcus Williamson, Public Works Director. I won't rehash all the information on this one from the working session, but this will bury the Duke power lines for both PSTA, City Hall, as well as MSB. So standing by if there's any questions.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.4?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Poirier, Mr. Margolis, and staff, I'm in support of this proposal, but would like to share with you that last year I attended a meeting by the State Commission for Public Utility Rate Setting. And during the course of that meeting, on several occasions by different speakers, it was identified that the state had required, and I believe that's the correct word,
Duke to set aside $2 billion for undergrounding utility lines. And if I understood from the work session, right now, this would be paid in part mostly by city funds and then also by a grant. And so I would just like to share that information with you, that I think Duke should in fact be a participant in the cost of putting in this underground utility. And I think that when they talked about the trees, either early last year or previously, even at that time, they indicated that they had money for undergrounding. Also, the city is looking at the potential of a alternative to Duke in terms of providing electric systems or electricity within the city of Clearwater. I think this is a good opportunity to see what kind of commitment we would have from Duke simply to participate in providing for the payment of this amount of money. And with that, I thank you, and I believe that obviously we should go forward with this.
Thank you. Is anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.4?
Good evening, council members. I'm still Bill Johnson, 2694 Redford Court, West in Clearwater. And in order to expedite this meeting, I'd just like to second what Mr. Michael said.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else here to speak to agenda item 6.4? Not Senate council discussion. Okay. If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll move to item 7.1.
Authorize a purchase order to 10-8 Fire Equipment, Inc. of Bradenton, Florida, for the purchase of 2 Pierce Velocity pumpers and 1 Pierce tractor-drawn aerial in the amounts of $4,378,595.86 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback, declare G3406 tiller, G2776 pumper, G3964 pumper surplus effective upon receipt of the purchase apparatus, and authorize disposal at auction or trade-in, whichever is deemed to be in the best interest of the city pursuant to Code of Ordinances, Section 2.623, Paren 7, Paren 8, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, everyone. Marvin Pettengill, Interim Fire Chief for Water Fire Rescue. During Monday's work session regarding our proposed agenda item, I requested to purchase 2 new Pierce Velocity pumpers and 1 Pierce tractor-drawn aerial for a total purchase price of $4,378,595.86. During our conversation, a concern was raised about utilizing future general fund dollars for these purchases. After some internal discussions, this agenda item has been updated, and these projects will be funded with penny for Pinellas, county fire tax, and current general fund revenues. No appropriation of future general fund monies will be used, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.1? Mr. Enderle? Yeah.
Hi, Council. I'm Blaine Enderle. You notice that he didn't give any picture of what's being purchased. None of you guys really know, except for you. And that's a big number. And the old fire trucks, do you know any data on it? How old are they? How many hours are on them? How many miles are on them? Bet you nobody. Now, we have to trust them. And everybody knows I don't trust anybody. Sorry. School of Hard Knocks. But we have the right to know or see what is being purchased. This verbal over and over and over and over has got to stop. Please, please make it stop. Let us know what you're purchasing. Let's see the old ones. Let's see how many hours are on them. Let's see the condition of them. You auctioning off everything. Everything has got to stop. Thank you.
Is anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.1?
Comment card too, eventually.
I just have two comments on this fire
Sir,
apparatus.
your name, please?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mr. Culver. I just have two comments on this fire apparatus purchase. Can we paint it German red again? You remember that? All right. And the second comment is, are we going to promote the interim chief? Because obviously we're still in that position where we don't have a fire chief, and rightfully so. I think he deserves that position. He's been with the city since I was a kid going up to Station 45. But at the same time, I feel like if he's not, or you guys aren't going to promote him, I think just like we did in prior chiefs past with Roland Harold and Chief Ellers, and definitely, unfortunately, Jamie Greer, that those things, some of those purchases were delayed on before the city made those decisions on that. But obviously, Mr. Pingill's been with the department now for, I think, over 30 years or close to 30 years. 29, yep. So I just wish that somebody would pull the trigger and go ahead and promote the man, because obviously, if he wants it, he deserves it. But at the same time, that decision on new apparatus, as much as I support it, maybe it needs to wait until we get a firm chief, or promote this guy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 7.1? Before I ask for any council discussion, just a lot of folks here don't know, maybe are unfamiliar with our process, but we have another speaker. Yeah.
I couldn't walk that fast. Again, good evening, Rudy Michaelek speaking. I'm speaking obviously in support of this equipment. I was especially appreciative of the style and strategic planning of the previous chief, who always was able to forecast out the needs of his department to make sure that he had continuous, well-run equipment, and that the schedule, anytime replacements needed, met the timelines, the guidelines in order to get that new piece of equipment online. I think it speaks well that the department has continued that process. I was personally very pleased to hear that we have resolved the funding mechanism, because I was very concerned about that, since in the past we have followed this very same system in order to project and put in orders for equipment that were multi-years into the future to be repaired. And that's all I would have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.1? Or ask for council discussion, just as I started to say, for those of you who are here watching our meetings for the first time, this is the second meeting we've had this week. We had a meeting on Monday, work session, where we had a full report on this equipment. We had documents showing, how much it cost and details on what was required and what it did. So I didn't want the impression left that this is the first time we've discussed it, because we've discussed it already once this week. So with that, is there any council discussion on this item? Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 7.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We are going to take 8.5 out of order. So at this time, I'd like to call agenda item 8.5.
Mayor, 8.5 is the second reading of the budget ordinance. So this is ordinance number 9819-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the operating budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, to reflect increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures for the General Fund, Solid Waste and Recycling Fund, Administrative Services Fund, Special Development Fund, and Special Program Fund as provided herein, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.5? If there's none, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 8.5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 8.6.
8.6 is the second reading of the capital improvement budget amendment, and that title will move forward momentarily. We have ordinance number 9820-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, to reflect an increase of $10,723,638, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.6? Now, is there any council discussion? If there's no council discussion, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 8.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Now we will go back to agenda item 7.2.
Mayor, if I may, I want to take a moment to provide the context ahead of this discussion on this item. Given the complexity and the sensitivity of these negotiations, if you would please just allow me time to provide some background on the steps that got us here today. As you know, the Church of Scientology has been planning for several years to build a large event hall on the property just south of the Flag Building. As part of their project approval process, in December, they submitted a vacation right-of-way for a one-block portion of Garden Avenue. The city is required to respond to that vacation request. Upon this review by legal, it was determined that by operation of law, the city has title to that parcel, and in order to vacate the right-of-way, the city would have to sell or trade the property that is a reflection of market value. The city is also required to post that property for 30 days in order to determine if any other interest exists. As such, the City Council unanimously directed that I engage with the negotiations with the Church of Scientology regarding the purchase and sale of this portion of Garden Avenue. Since then, I worked individually with Council to seek input and learn their priorities before opening negotiations. During negotiations, I advocated the priorities of every council member. Unfortunately, the Church of Scientology did not agree to all of those priorities. Given the historical and community interest surrounding this issue, we anticipated a large range of perspectives, opinions, and challenges that brought forth both the community and the council as to what an appropriate deal would look like. What is being brought forward today is a result of those negotiations. The agreement meets the majority of the broad goals set by City Council. It provides the city a fair market price as validated by 3 appraisals the city received for the property. It creates new green space that will be open to the public, and the property will not exchange ownership until the building is completed. I will now turn this over to Tom Mahoney, who will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Council. Tom Mahoney, Public Works. So this item is to declare the vacated portion of the city manager spoke of for surplus and sale. The purchase price is $1.375 million, and the city will maintain any necessary easements over their utilities. And I'll try to answer any questions if you have.
On this, we don't have a reading, right? It's the one that's further down. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's get going. I think there are some folks here that want to speak on this topic. So is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 7.2? If you could, if you want to speak, I think there are a number of you. If you could just line up over here, and we'll just take you one by one. And again, as we said earlier, if you don't have a comment card, please fill it out and give that to the clerk before or after you speak. Thank you. Mr. Haluba?
I'm Mr. Haluba. This is a very bad idea. Sets a very bad precedent. Now, there was, once upon a time, let's say a woman being pursued by, let's say, a man for unseemly and amorous reasons. The lady rejected all of the increasing monetary offers to sell herself until a tentative agreement was made for several $1,000s. Then the offer was reduced to $50. The lady retorted angrily, "What do you think I am?" Well, the answer was and remains, we've established that. Now we're just haggling over price. The blocking off of Garden Street is a very bad idea. It's a bad idea for many reasons. It will only ultimately result in another vacant building. This in no way will endear or promote downtown to the general public. It will prove Clearwater is subservient to and caters to a small and shrinking subset. This action will further debase and undermine downtown. Don't be hoodwinked by some slick video, Mr. Cotton. Reject this proposal. Wake up, Mr. Albritton. Wake up. Don't sell the citizens out. Mr. Menino, your argument for this proposal is just full of suspicion. Don't sell us out. Some things, like honor and respect, should never be for sale. Don't abandon your values. Don't be exploited. Don't be persuaded to do something that's wrongful. Don't sacrifice your principles. Don't bastardize the privilege of being an elected official. Don't sell your souls to the devil. Vote against this proposal.
Thank you. Yes, next speaker, please. Yeah.
This is a bad day to go for Cory Booker's record. That which I'm about to present follows from a collaboration of two Clearwater residents, myself and John Banbach. Our professional careers and experience are particularly well suited for the analyses we are highlighting. It's hard to boil this down in just 3 minutes, so we delivered a written and more expansive version of our thoughts to council members earlier today, as well as to the city manager. I have extra hard copies if anyone would care for them. Our conclusion is quite simple. Despite references to fair market value in all agenda descriptions, the price of $1.375 million is decidedly well below fair market value of what this city is receiving in return. And that's due to the terms of the contract. Our hope is to prevent the execution of a document exposing the city and/or council members to adverse scrutiny, or worse, perhaps even possible litigation. Furthermore, we do not want the city to set a precedent, that precedent being selling below fair market value, that others will attempt to exploit. The city commissioned 2 appraisals, one of which noted the $1,375,000 that is in the draft contract, the other of which returned 2 figures, $935,000 if the property was sold to someone who did not own an adjacent property to the one in question, but the other was $1,700,000 if sold to somebody who owned an adjacent property. Now that's significantly more. Scientology is the only adjacent property owner in this case. And fact of the matter is that issue was not addressed by the first appraiser, who came up with $1,375,000, and so the only appraiser that took account of the proper or the correct facts in this situation was the appraiser that came through with $1,700,000. So that's only the first reason why we argue that the price inherent in this contract is well below market. Next, both appraisers provided valuations that assume there are, and I quote, no special terms in favor of the buyer, i.e. that the buyer pays cash up front like a traditional property transfer. However, that is not the case with this contract. Scientology pays nothing up front and is not required to pay anything for over 5 years. More than that, they can let that 5 years go by and then choose not to purchase. This makes this an options contract, not a property purchase contract. The world of finance is covered by a number of truisms. Among them are one, that receiving $1 now is worth more than receiving $1 5 years from now.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Yeah. Next speaker, thank you. Appreciate the applause, folks, but it really does slow us down a bit, so appreciate you. Appreciate you. I mean, if you don't want to respect each other, that's fine, but I mean, if we could all just get through this. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for your time, and I'll talk faster. I know that the city has done similar transactions in the past, but not with this buyer and not with the massive unoccupied storefronts that we have today. That has risen each year, so it shows a lack of good faith on the buyer to fulfill the storefronts and fill them with leases that have been vacant for years. We moved down here in 2008 from Philadelphia. Negotiations, each side wins a bit, loses a bit. You know, in exchange for a 2 to 4 year activation plan in negotiations, you know, why don't we sell them the property for the $1.4 million, Steve pointed out, $1.7 million, rather than a 30%, 27.6% discount is what we're receiving on our funds by waiting 6 years to get the money. Don't rush into the deal, negotiate longer, or take a hiatus if the buyer's not willing to discuss activation in the process. Or as an alternative, to protect this land of the property, transfer to Scientology, you know, what you could do is, instead of waiting for 5 years, do it for more money, do it for some money up front, and do it sooner, but have some teeth in the agreement that, you know, and I know you have contractors on the panel, have an agreement with teeth in it that does penalties throughout the entire process. By the time 2031 comes around, okay, this council is not going to be here. The city needs to be protected. And come up with some reasonable mixture of the items that they want and you want, or we want, which is the activation of the storefronts. Because, you know, just coming up and meeting with the city manager, you know, I'm looking out in the block between 5th Street and 6th Street on the south side, and the whole south side's empty. Okay, it's looking like a ghost town. It's not as vibrant as it was back when we had a Friday night event and people were coming in here. So you know, the bottom line is, don't sell out at a price that's not fair market value, and get some teeth in it and exercise, you know, a true negotiation contracts where each side loses and each side wins. Okay, what this is a one-way street with an option, as Steve pointed out, that's not fair market value. And you know, and you factor in the fact that this has some additional value to the buyer because of their other properties, it should be a higher price. Okay, but if it's not about price, let it be about activation and not let Clearwater become more of a ghost town than we've ever experienced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Rose, I think you have a card.
Yes. Lisa Welch Spriggs, if you can raise your hands. Okay. And Elizabeth Grayson, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening again. The reason I'm here, first I'm going to give you a history lesson. I had a one-on-one meeting with David Miscavige over a decade ago. And he had in the room with him a nationally recognized retail developer. And he had beautiful pictures of what he was going to create on Cleveland Street, because he was tired of having to bus his people, his visitors, over to Hyde Park in Tampa. But part of that meeting was we were negotiating the purchase of the CMA property next to the old city hall so that the city ultimately can develop the bluff as you guys are moving forward with. And in that meeting, David pounded on the table and he says, "Damn it, Hoyt, I want that property." I said, if I were in your shoes, I'd want that property too, but I pounded the table and I said, "But damn it, David, I want it too, and I'm gonna buy it." And we, as a council, bought it for $4-point-something million, if I recall. And what did David do? He took his ball and ran home. He claims, Scientology claims, that they're community partners. Community partners don't only do things that benefit themselves. They do things that benefit the entire community. Owning block after block of property that stays vacant month after month and year after year is not a community partner. So what I'm urging you to do is, I'm not saying don't sell this property to the church ultimately. What I'm saying is don't do it tonight. Don't commit to it tonight. They need to show that they are community partners, because they need to do things. Where is that plan that he was going to do? He was going to make Cleveland Street look like Hyde Park in Tampa, with quality retail and quality restaurants. We got a couple quality restaurants. We got nothing else. 10 years later, what we have, more vacant buildings that they have purchased. So it's time to hold their feet to the fire for a change and say, show us something. Show us you're going to develop Cleveland Street and put that quality retail in there that all of citizens of Clearwater can benefit from and would probably take advantage of. But until they do that, I would not give them this. They want this because it's on, my understanding, it's on the west side of their building is their entrance into this structure they want to build. And they want to have a more landscaped and pretty entrance into their building. I don't blame them. But they got to show us something. They need to show you something. So if not, let them have a street and some parking spaces in front of their building. Because, like I say, what they do build looks great. But how many people in this room can walk into any of them just for the hell of it? Nobody. Nobody. So it is time for them to step up and be the community partner they claim they are. Because the other part of it is what they're building is an entertainment venue. My question is, when they build it, is it going to be strictly for their use? If it is, no problem. But you need that in writing. Because if they're going to get Live Nation to come in here and book entertainment in there and compete with the 2 entertainment venues the city already has, we're losers on this deal. So I urge at least one of you, but I think all 3 of you changing your vote and presenting a 5-0 vote to Scientology on this issue tonight would send a much stronger message. Because they've claimed for 40 years that they're community partners. I've lived here for 66 years, almost 67. They've not shown very many times other than showing up at some events. But I don't know anybody in here, I know none of you, I know I would never buy a building to let it sit vacant. If I'm going to buy a building, I'm going to know exactly what I'm going to do with it after I buy it. I'm going to be right down to the city's planning department asking for a permit, and I'm going to make it into what I want it to be. So don't postpone this vote. Vote no. I'd rather you vote no. But make them show a partnership with this city and a commitment to this community before you do this. Because that's what the citizens of Clearwater deserve. Thank you.
I know we're not supposed to applaud Mark Bunker, by the way.
One second. Don Temeter, are you here? Don? Where? Oh, okay, thank you. And Patty? Thank you. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I really have to thank Hoyt for that history lesson because it's extremely important. You know, the council, when they said no in 2017, Ms. Cabbage said, all right, I'll wait for the next council. The next council, he got me. And he said, I'll wait for the next council. Now he has you. That video that you loved, Ryan, that beautiful video that if only the public could see this video, they would love having the L. Ron Hubbard Hall here. There's a reason Ms. Cabbage doesn't show that to the public. Because it says L. Ron Hubbard Hall on it, and he knows the public here don't like Scientology.
You know, there's another very, very beautiful video, very similar to that. I'm sure the production value of the LRH Hall is just as great. You can see that one right now. You can go to Cleveland Street Alliance, and there's a video there about how 3 buildings on Cleveland Street are being restored. And it is remarkable. It's such a well-produced video. Nowhere in there does it say Scientology, or L. Ron Hubbard, or David Miscavige. But he's the one who snapped his fingers to make that happen, to try to get something from the city. And that is a front group that he created expressly to hide the fact that Scientology's involvement in those buildings is what is making that happen. I would urge you not to sell the street. Miscavige didn't go halfway with you, it appears. You had things you wanted in the deal, and he said, nah. I would say this to you. Miscavige doesn't need the street. He doesn't. He wants the street. Personally, I think it's so he can stop any protests in front of L. Ron Hubbard Hall. And for him, $1.3 million, that's chump change. He's happy to pay that. And frankly, it's an insult that he's paying market value, because you know all those buildings he secretly bought up after 2017, when the city was bold enough to say no to him. He paid 2, 4, or 6 times market value for those buildings he's been leaving empty. No problem there, but with the city, I'll give you market value. In fact, I'm not even going to give it to you now. Down the line, I'll probably give it to you. Can't guarantee it. If he wants to stop protests in front of L. Ron Hubbard Hall, all he has to do is get an event permit. So on those nights, nobody can protest. The rest of the time, Councilmember Teixeira, Mr. Mayor, and all the other citizens who use that street on a regular basis will still be able to use the street. There's nothing really in it for you to give Miscavige what he wants. You know, as I said, I think Miscavige is trying to stop protests. We just saw a protester last week get arrested. Erica was arrested and spent a night in jail. And she's been protesting from the exact same spot for 14 months. And it was not a problem. So I hope this is not any type of crackdown on protests. I don't think it is, but I hope it's not. Let me ask you this, because this is my real concern. Say Miscavige comes through with everything that he promised back in 2017, and he's going to build up all the buildings downtown, make them look gorgeous. He's going to put businesses in them. What happens if the business fails? Does Miscavige have to put another business in and another business? What if all of them fail? And Miscavige looks around and goes, huh, we made a pretty downtown and no one wants to come down here. I wonder why. And decides, let's just tear down all those buildings and let's build expensive condos for wealthy Scientologists. They can live right next to Flag. They can walk over and do their auditing, and then another block away, they can go to the L. Ron Hubbard Hall and listen to Miscavige drone on and on for 3 hours before jumping to their feet and shouting, hip, hip, hooray! That is what I'm worried is going to be the future of downtown Clearwater. The people of Clearwater do not want a downtown Clearwater controlled by Miscavige. That's what the council in 2017 said. It's true today, so I urge you, do not sell this street. It's the city streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next, who's our next speaker? Reverend Swift.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Father Bob Swick, and at the risk of being stoned, I'd like to just make some comments about my view on the people that I've known that represent Scientology. I see a side of them that most don't. In my veterans organization for almost 15 years now, they've been one of the strongest supporters we've had in our community. When it comes to hurricanes, I've seen them out on the street cleaning up. I've seen them throughout Pinellas County cleaning up. Every year, the nation recognizes those that have served in combat and have been wounded or died in combat. And we have what's called the Military Order of the Purple Heart, MOPH. 6 years now, that organization we call Scientology has supported with a dinner, and this year we're expecting some 500 people come at no cost, at the cost of the hosts themselves at the Fort Harrison Hotel. I see a side of Scientology that most don't. I'm not arguing one point or the other. There's been some very, very good statements made already with regard to caution, and I support that as well. But I do want on the record to be recognized that these are our neighbors and with some very, very good side to them. The side that isn't talked about at all. And I stand for them. I'm asking for a police escort to get out of here. God bless you all.
Thank you, Father Bob. So former Marine, I think you can take care of yourself. Thank you, Father Bob. Yeah. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Nanette Prevost, and I reside in Largo. I'm also a nurse, a surgery nurse at Morton Plant here, 38 years. And I do organ donation. I'm part of that team, actually. We were talking about that earlier. But I want to elaborate how my connection with the Scientology. I'm not a member of the church, by the way, but I am a nonprofit. So I started the nonprofit during COVID, and I've been boots on the ground during our hurricanes here for 18 weeks. And I turned around and actually registered our nonprofit with FEMA. And now I'm working on implementing a plan for disaster preparedness with the Pinellas County Sheriff Office. But what I want to express my strong support for the development of this new event center in our county. As the founder and CEO of Remember Me NFP, we're a locally rooted nonprofit dedicated to trauma-informed mental health education, suicide prevention, drug overdose, and emergency preparedness across our coastal beach communities. I believe this facility would serve as a critical venue for organizations like ours to expand community engagement and life-saving outreach. Our mission is to provide accessible, evidence-based education and emergency services that directly support public health and safety. As a lived experience survivor of suicide loss, I have committed my life to ensuring that no family walks through the same tragedy alone. Our work is deeply personal and rooted in both professional expertise and human compassion. I just recently won a van in the nonprofit, so we are actually a mobile mental health crisis unit. Next week, I'll be purchasing an AED for water rescues along our coast, and thank you for Clearwater for actually having lifeguards on your beach, because we do not have lifeguards from Bel Air Beach on down. So this is one of the missions that I'm bringing out. As a nurse, we're all doctors and nurses and pharmacists and lived experience.
Is this regarding this agenda item?
Yeah, it is. Well, what I wanted to say, my collaboration, you should be very lucky that the drug-free world is here and the Citizens Commission, because, you know, I've been tracking toxicology reports. We have a lot of problems when it comes to drug overdose and suicides, and they have a wonderful, wonderful, a lot of literature in there when it comes to mental health drugs. And we need to really get a grip on this. Our suicide is off the charts, and there's a lot of that's because of mental health drugs in the toxicology reports, and that needs to be addressed, and you guys really should be thankful that they're here when it comes to that education, because you're going to be hearing a lot more about that in the future.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah.
I'm Kelly Meyer. I apologize. I hope my fellow citizens give me grace. Please, I just have a few seconds. We're unclear of the procedures and just wanted to make everyone aware, if you're not, that there's an alternative proposal, but we're not sure when in the process we'll be able to present that alternative to selling South Garden to the Church of Scientology. So if you could let us know, thank you.
Can we,
Yeah.
can we address that or no? Can we address that or no?
Just one second. Do we want to address that at the end after all the public has commented, or should they make their presentation as part of their public comments, or?
Candidly, I'm not sure if this is a proposal that the city has, in fact, the one we received this afternoon, is that the proposals or something else we're referring to? I think it's up to the council to decide. I mean, I certainly think that anyone who wants to make a proposal is entitled to be heard before the council. So I certainly would encourage you to hear, listen to the proposal. However, because that proposal, as I understand it, was just submitted this afternoon, I don't know that there's been time for anybody to digest it. So I think what would have to happen is for the council to, at your time of choosing, invite that proposal to be made to you so that you can listen to it first, and then decide as a body whether you would like to discuss that proposal in greater detail at this time, whether you would like staff to evaluate it, or whether you are comfortable moving forward with the proposal as it stands today with the Church of Scientology. So I think the first step would be to listen to the proposal, and then council can decide as a body what you'd like to do with that information.
So I think her question is, should they present it now?
I think that would be, given that it's given that the agenda item does not distinguish between anything.
This and the other ones.
Right, I think it's within the chair's prerogative whether you'd like to either
I think we go
have
ahead
them.
and do it. If there's no objection, I think we go ahead and, if someone has a proposal to present, I think we should go ahead and, any objection from any other council members on that? Yeah. So, Kelly, whoever has the proposal, would they like to present it now? Excuse us, we're gonna just digress. You'll be very first, right after this proposal.
He's not time, he's just presenting. Yeah, he's fine.
Hey, thank you for your service. I'm Brooks Gibbs, a Clearwater resident. This is Tony. Tony, good to see you. I'm really excited, actually, about the opportunity of the street being available. I think it's exciting. And when I think the open bid process, you have 30 days to do it. Today was the last day. You know, I didn't hear about it. March 17th, there was a woman by the name of Miss Barbara Sori Love. She runs the a wonderful little organization called the Clearwater African American Foundation. And she had said, and made it into the paper, and that's how I heard about it, that she would love to see the city dedicate some space to honor the African American heritage that's there. Of course, that particular area of Garden Avenue is one of three critical, kind of like original parts of the city that has some great heritage. And I went ahead and researched her, and I was inspired by her suggestion. I kind of got the sense it might have been ignored. And then I researched every article about her. I talked to several people about her just to understand her reputation. I finally got hold of her, and I said, what's your vision for that space? If we could get you that street, what would you like to use it for? And she explained to me that she would like it to be a memorial for the African American community, especially in the sad aftermath of the fiasco of the burial situation that the CRA is struggling with, and I understand under a lawsuit right now. I don't know the details of that, and forgive me if I'm misspeaking in any way, shape, or form, but I just know it's a sensitive issue, and the city wants to show good faith and be able to say, we know we made a mistake, we'll make it right. There's been some remains found on a certain piece of property, and part of our due diligence and to honor the past is to dedicate part of our community to that particular people and their heritage. So talking with this wonderful president of this organization, she said, I'd like to call it the Mac Dixon Memorial Garden. Mac Dixon was one of the pioneers in the early 1900s. There's actually a Mac Dixon neighborhood named after him. He's probably the most commented on African-American person that people are inspired by. His family, his descendants are still alive today. In fact, I believe that the burial site of remains that were recently discovered, there was one of 3 headstones, his being one of them, that were also discovered. And in speaking with Miss Barbara Sori Love, who runs the Clearwater African American Association, she says, I'd love to see right there a memorial in his name. And so I dreamed a little with her. I sketched some things out. I put together a proposal. And I made it before the deadline because I had just heard about this. And I'd like to answer any questions that you have, but I think I'm more for, not against type of a person. I want to preach for something. I want to see us do something awesome. And I thought this is a good solution, and I think Clearwater would be all behind it 100%. So any questions for me about the proposal that I've submitted to you in writing today?
Councilmember Menino.
I do have a couple questions. I thank you for getting it in. I know you mentioned it was kind of late in the day, but we work until the work's done.
Yeah,
so
you do.
The majority of us grabbed it and dove into it, so I thank you for doing the work to get this to it. I did have a couple questions. My original one goes back to the map, because the site plan, and I just was kind of, because the site plan kind of makes it look like your park is on the Church of Scientology property, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Is there some partnership that isn't in this that we're not seeing or hearing?
Oh, well, thank you. You know, because of the short amount of time, all I could do is a basic sketch. But the idea is you have, 0.4 acres there or something to that effect, between 0.4 and 0.65. We still want to keep that a thoroughfare. I think that would be the preference of the council, as well as citizens who want to get off Court Street, take a right, and go up Garden Avenue. And so I think we can make that into a one-way so they can get up towards Franklin to be relieved out of traffic. But then you have all this land still there that could make a beautiful fenced-in park. And the plans we have for the park, I went into great detail in the proposal. It honors 7 heroes of the African-American community. It has vintage playground equipment that children would have played in the 1900s. It's a $500,000 project that we would pay for. And so it's a beautiful, I think it's going to be a treasure, and it's certainly honoring our African-American members in our community who care about their heritage.
No, I appreciate it. Just the map doesn't make it look kind of, in a sense, realistic that in one lane with a sidewalk in each side, we'd be able to fit a one-way thoroughfare, parking, 2 swing sets, a pavilion, a park. I mean, it sounds like a great idea.
Yeah,
I'm not telling you it's a bad idea. It just, I
love that you love the idea, but may I
realistic.
confess, I'm not an artist. You know what I'm saying? If I was able to work with if we have time, then we could obviously work with the city to make this as beautiful, as functional as it could possibly be. I think it's a beautiful solution.
I got it. Thank you for answering that. My other question was, I noticed in here it said $500,000 over 3 years. That's not 500 each year, right? You're saying 500 total?
Right. From what I understand, I was looking at the proposal, the alternative proposal of $1.375 million that's going to be paid at the end of the construction. That's 6 years from now. I'm saying we can complete this in 3 years. And less, actually, depending on how vibrant the community of Clearwater is seeing. Let's get this done. It might be $1 million park. I wouldn't be surprised if Clearwater says, that's perfect. Let's honor our African-American heritage. And by the way, I believe the CRA, the Clearwater Redevelopment Agency, is really, one of their missions, from what I understand, is to preserve the heritage of this community. And when I was listening to Ms. Barbara, I was just really realizing this is exactly what you guys are wanting to do as part of the CRA. So to me, this fits more than the other proposal that's a competitor.
Gotcha. And my other last question, sorry, I just had a couple of them because I did obviously read this before we came. When it's dedicated to Ms. Barbara Sori-Love's organization?
No,
does
it's
that-
in partnership with, it's actually dedicated to one of the heroes of our founding fathers here, in
Gotcha.
Clearwater,
No,
in
so
early
my
1905.
question is, who becomes responsible for the maintenance, the upkeep?
Yeah,
the
as
insurance
it
and all
says
that?
in the agreement, it says it's a partnership with the Park and Recreation. If in negotiations, the council says, we need to see that the organization, the collective taking responsibility for the care of this property is going to front that bill, fine, we can do that. But I think that the city can maintain ownership of the property. They can commit this property to this particular people group for honor, especially in the aftermath of this terrible situation that we find ourselves in. And, you know, Park and Recreation can add it to their areas of care.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, I had a few questions as well in regards to the 500,000 total sum. Do we already have, or your organization already have developers or people that are fronting this money, or is these just what your, as it says, estimated cost? So we
Yeah,
don't
so
know that
I've secured $500,000, but I can see that my alternative, you know, my competitor for this particular project does not have to come up with that money until, you know, years from now. They don't even have to start until 5 years. So I'd say, hey, give me 3 years and we'll get it done. And
Is that true, Mr. Margolis, to the extent that the Scientology will not be paying for the property for 5 years?
6, post-construction, forgive me.
Because, go
It
ahead.
doesn't transfer.
Correct,
Until
right.
certification of occupancy.
Right, that is correct. As drafted, and like most real estate contracts, the funds do not transfer until
Right.
closing. As currently drafted, at least, the closing does not occur until the building is complete.
Completed.
On the logic that if the city were to potentially convey title at the beginning and then they didn't complete the project, you would have lost control over the property.
Correct.
Lost title to the property. Yes, you would have gotten money up front, but you wouldn't have gotten the project. And so it really depends on what the city's priorities are in that regard. But
Right.
as drafted, it is true that, number one, funds don't transfer until closing. Number two, closing does not occur unless and until they build the project.
And then after that, the taxpayer reassurances that we have that are written into it, there's $300,000 fines that are associated with that. And how did we come to that number? Could you explain to how we came to that number?
$300,000 per year is the amount that the buyer, which in this case prospectively is the church, would have to pay in order to extend the closing. So the closing, as currently drafted, needs to occur by the end of 2031, meaning they need to finish the project by the end of 2031. If that does not occur, they're delayed, they don't build it, they sit around, whatever they end up doing, the church has the option to extend at $300,000 per year, non-refundable to the city. So that would mean, for example, if the city were to approve the deal as drafted, and let's say the closing were to occur in 2032, and they finish the project in 2032, the total funds coming to the city would be $1.375 billion plus $300,000, so it'd be $1.675 million, as an example.
Understood. And then what is the exact timeline to where, if they don't have anything completed, the city can take action to reclaim the property?
I don't think there'd be any reclaiming because the transfer doesn't even occur unless and until they were to complete the project. However, it really depends on whether they're willing to pay the extension fees as currently drafted. If they did not take any action and did not pay the extension fees, then at that point, the city would be able to withdraw from the agreement at the end of 2031, or I guess I would say January 1st of 2032. Conversely, if they delayed for that long and then they did pay the extension fees, the church would have the option to extend as late as the end of 2033 to finish the project. One of the more interesting scenarios would be if the church got a very late start on this, and then let's say hypothetically they didn't start building it until 2031, but they haven't finished the project in the middle of 2033. That puts them in a pretty strange box because they will have paid non-refundable extension fees to the city, and at the end of 2033, if the project is half-built or if it's not finished at that time, the city would be able to withdraw from the contract and keep the $600,000 in extension fees. At least that's how it's currently drafted.
Correct, and anything that they may have developed on that property from that time forward.
Well, they wouldn't develop anything on the property until the actual sale of the property. So it'll remain a street until they're substantially completed or completed with their project.
I would generally agree with Councilmember Albritton on that, with the only caveat being that part of what is contemplated as drafted is a temporary construction easement. So once they get their building permits approved, there would likely at some point be a construction easement so that they would be able to stage construction equipment. But to Mr. Albritton's point, I don't think they're going to be building anything. I don't think they could build anything on Garden Avenue until they actually had title to the land.
Okay. Any other questions?
I would like to emphasize that,
Yeah, I wasn't done.
I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah. Really, we're already going to be here a long time. The more disruption, the more people talking over the top of speakers, talking over the top of folks up front, it's just going to drag it out. So if you can't avoid interrupting speakers, please wait outside. Just ask everybody to help. Be kind.
I'd like to hear the truth now.
Okay. Well, again, if you can't stop yourself from interrupting others, please show respect. We've got another issue on the agenda.
Can I get in line for another 3 minutes then? And I will be quiet until then. Say yes.
You can leave, okay, if you've had your 3 minutes. I don't know why it would be really hard, you're an adult, to be respectful to the other people here.
I'm planning on being respectful and going after.
You're being disrespectful. This is your last warning.
What you're reporting is false information.
Well, do you want to stay or not? I'm asking you to leave if you can't stop interrupting people. Thank you. Okay.
So with that, thank you, David, for going over all those portions of the contract. Back to the estimated project cost of $500,000 over the 3 years, the deferment. One of the things that I think we can all agree on, especially within the budget sessions that we've been looking at, is trying to tighten up our budget and adding another additional cost to a park, which is our second largest slice of our budget pie. I would just be take pause to that because of we already have so many parks that we're taking care of.
We're asking questions, right? We're going to come back and talk.
Well, that's the question I have. So aside from pushing forward, or deferring this, do you have any estimates of what that would cost the city over years? Or is there like a public-private partnership that you've thought about doing and naming rights with this park to help offset those costs?
That's exactly what it'd be. That's exactly what it'd be, a public-private partnership if we go that model. And that would simply mean it'd be a nonprofit. We lease it for 30 years for $1 a year. We take all the expense to take care of it. And then there's some terms that the city could obviously seize the property back if it's not meeting the standard of care and beautification that the city requires. We wouldn't let that happen because we really care about this project. But I was suggesting in the proposal that you simply maintain ownership of it and then you dedicate it as a gesture of goodwill and good faith to the African American community, especially those who are memorialized, because that's a really important issue. You talk to people and they really care about the graves and the remains that were paved over and built on, and the city didn't seem to care, and it's a disaster. And I just think that this is a way we could be part of the solution, and it would go really far, I think, with our key stakeholders. So if you are concerned about the price of maintaining the park, then I would hope that you would give me the same amount of time that you gave the Church of Scientology to negotiate the terms, and so that we could get our team together and say, done, consider it done.
I mean, I appreciate that sentiment, but how long have we had this for bid, David? It's been out for 30 days at least, right?
The Community Redevelopment Act requires 30-plus days of advertising. It has been advertised in accordance with Florida law.
I did a
And then I saw this
FOIA.
document at roughly 4 p.m. today.
Right, but
at home when
it
was
is
emailed.
within the window, and I will say this to my defense, and I did a FOIA, and your clerk, the whole team has been so professional. I cannot tell you what a blessing it is to communicate with you guys, truly, because I'm trying to get this project done, and you've been very helpful. I only saw it at the Tampa Bay Times, according to the Freedom of Information Act. I was hoping to see, I think I would have been alerted if it was on the city website. My recommendation is that you make that part of the mandatory, publication. If you're going to do something, please put it on your website, because I think you have to subscribe to actually see some of these declarations or, open for bids, because a lot of people don't know about it. So to my defense, I just learned about it, and I'm so excited to be working within the window that you required to provide you a proposal. My apologies. that it's
No,
so
absolutely.
late.
You got it within the proposed time limit. It's
Yeah.
just when we're asking about time. I mean, that's
Totally,
just- So
totally.
I get it. I appreciate you for answering my questions. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you, David, for going through all those parts of the contract.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you.
Yes, thank
you
you.
for presenting your proposal.
Did you want to share?
I guess before we go to the kind lady who's been,
I say he is part of my team, and I didn't ask him if he had anything else he wanted to share.
I have public comment, I have 4 minutes to speak.
well,
Oh, okay.
was he ahead of you?
But no.
But before he goes, I guess I should ask, is there anyone else here that wants to present a proposal?
Just so you know, this is 7.2, and I asked earlier about this being taken off the agenda, which it was, but when you mentioned it, I think everybody thought it was 8.1, is that vacating of the street? Because it's very confusing. So I'm going to speak on 8.2, but I'd like to speak on 7.2 also.
You can, yes, but I'm asking right now, is anybody else, like the gentleman who just presented a proposal, is there anyone else that wants to present an alternative proposal? Okay, all right, well, you can go ahead.
Do you have a card?
I do, I gave it to this gentleman.
May I have the card so I can see how many minutes he's collected?
4 minutes. My wife's in the other room, it's full, so she gave me 2 minutes.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. I did have it.
Okay.
Okay, Jessica?
Yeah, Jessica's in the other room because we're pretty packed today. She's in the, she's
Well,
my-
I need her to come in real quick. And then I
Would
only
you
have
mind-
that one.
Would you
so
mind if the lady goes ahead of you first, so we can, yeah?
If you can get her to
We'll
come
come
in,
right back
I'd
to her.
appreciate it.
I'll take.
She-
Ms. Fullerton?
Thank you for patiently waiting. Yeah.
Go ahead. State your name. I start when you
Oh,
start.
sorry,
It's all
okay.
right.
My name is Cheryl. Thank you very much. Good evening, council. Slowly, quietly, and methodically, piece by piece, bit by bit, a group that does not trust us, does not value us, and does not want us here is buying up our businesses and our land. This is not about just real estate. It's about changing ownership. This is about control. A cult has been working behind the scenes, acquiring property one lot at a time. They don't want to be part of this town. They don't want to be neighbors. They want to push us out, to isolate themselves, and to create a world where only they exist. They're doing it in the most calculated way possible, through money, secrecy, and through slow, quiet displacement. Slowly, the heart of this town is being replaced with something unfamiliar, something controlled, and something dangerous. Why? Because they fear us. They fear the outside world. They fear anything that challenges their beliefs. And so instead of engaging with the town, instead of living among us, they have chosen to remove us through silent strategic takeover. This is not paranoia, it's reality, and the evidence is all around us. Just look at the property records, go look at the empty storefronts. Look at the once vibrant streets that now feel eerily quiet. I'm here to ask you not to sell the street to Scientology. I speak as a resident of Clearwater and the daughter of a Scientologist. It doesn't matter that they build pretty green spaces. They are quite lovely, but they're empty. Scientologists aren't allowed to enjoy those spaces, and us, the town folk, we're not allowed to enjoy them either. They'll call the cops on us. So I'm asking you, please, don't sell it to them. Don't give our town away to the cult. And I say this as someone who was part of the group. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, no, I see her. No, I only need one. Okay. Oh, okay. Jessica?
She's here now.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. She got the kids, that's why.
I know.
So it looks like I have 5 minutes now, so maybe
You have
enough
four.
from the.
You have 4.
From the,
You have 4 minutes, because
Oh,
you got one person.
no, I got
Oh,
2.
this person as well?
Yes.
Erica
Erica.
Escamilla? Okay. So you get 4.
She's doing the
5.
the Cinco de Mayo festival on, so she's part of it, event. I'm here not only to represent myself, but to try to represent the community. I know I might not say things the most eloquently or the most politely, and I apologize for that, but I want it to be apparent of what we're speaking of. If it is on time constraint, like Ryan Cotton just said, give us an opportunity to raise funds, because we will raise it. I've never let you guys down before, and if I say I'm behind something, I tend to do it. So if it is about a monetary gain, that is an increased price. If it is about your constituents, like McManino constantly says, your constituents are here. They speak for us. They speak louder in voice in many that they don't want it. If the presence was true and you want to represent constituents and they wanted this, then the downtown would be full. And I'm here to tell you the downtown's full. It's not. It is full because, and if people opposing it were so detrimental, then I would be out of business. Scientology, they're great people. I have customers, I have friends that are. They're a population of about 8,000. 500 of which might have monetary means to be able to go out and support the downtown. You're supporting a small, isolated group that cannot develop the downtown by itself. So I'm asking you guys, as people who represent your constituents, vote with your constituents that can fund the downtown. It is time for us to wake up from this illusion and to see things clearly as they are. Don't overcomplicate things, make things simple. And the simple answer tends to be the right answer. If the community wanted it and people were for the downtown would be packed. If it is about monetary gain, allow us to propose an offer to increase the coffers of the city. If it is about community, then this is about community then. I believe that we have to simplify the argument. Why give more things to a community or to a group that didn't clean their room? Think of it as a child. You're saying that we have this, they will clean up their room if we give them more property. That never works if you guys have had children. You tell them to clean up the room first before you make new deals. We're overcomplicating a super simple issue. And as you've seen, most of your constituents are against the selling of the streets. Most people, and again, simplify the thing, most people have been in support of it. Why are they in support of it? Nonprofit organizations that came up here and spoke that they are heavily funded by this organization. Like, simplify it. Every single person you've had up here have received monetary gains from them. So I'm asking logically, is there a correlation? Well, there must be, right? So I ask you guys now, and I say this as a witness of what's happening to my community, and I'll finish my little speech that I have. I ask you guys to be witnesses in the biblical sense, in the righteous sense, in the community sense of our Clearwater. I say this to all Clearwater citizens. Clearwater, it's time to wake up. They want to sell a public street downtown. It's not just land. It's not just pavement. It's a piece of our city that will be gone forever. And you say, when things are gone, we can't enforce it because, Ryan, you are a libertarian like myself. Private property, like John Locke said, is to be protected. But why would we give more away? Then constitutionally, we can't do anything. So it's not just pavement. I say it's just business. You guys tell me it's just business. It's just development. It's just a road, minimizing its importance, clearly important to the community. It's about access. It's about a community. This is a street that I ride my bike every day to go to work to, and I'm sure you guys take the path as well. It's about community. It's about what and who gets to decide what Clearwater becomes. To every citizen, you don't have to be loud, you don't have to be political, you just have to care about your community. If you live here, this is not just me speaking, but I hope it becomes a movement. To every Scientology, I'm here to say you're part of our community, you're a part of our city. I'm not asking you to stop believing in what you believe in. I'm asking you to stand with something that's bigger, that is not just so singularly inclusive. To every person in Clearwater, I want them to know that they belong. They're part of our community. This is not an attack against anyone. It's just, it's a plea for us to remember what Clearwater could be. It's not about control. It's about presence. And today, you see that people have showed up. So I ask you guys to sit, to stand, to speak with this, to be counted. Because if we lose this piece of city in silence, we lose the rest of it the same way, like we have been losing it. You say this is a new policy, it's a new agenda. You guys won't be here when this project is finished. So what is the olive branch if you're not there to receive it?
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker.
I turned in my card.
Your name?
Bob Holsinger. Good evening. Should the city of Clearwater sell part of Garden Street to Scientology? To me, the answer is quite simple. Just say no. Once again, Scientology wants to take another piece of Clearwater, as if they don't have enough already, and bring it under their control. What do they want a street for? We know what we want a street for as citizens of Clearwater. It gives us a public thoroughfare. It gives us access. And if this public entity comes under the control of Scientology, it's no longer in the public domain. And once again, Clearwater becomes a less free and open city. So, to me, it's quite simple. Should the city sell part of Garden Street to Scientology? The answer is simple. Just say no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
It's not yet filled out. Can I turn it in right after I
Sure.
finish? Okay. Good to see you all. I think everyone watching these proceedings is somewhat surprised to watch in real time while the biggest cheerleader of this project in the council, Ryan Cotton, just found out tonight that Scientology is not even paying this $1.3 million for another 6 years. It's unbelievable. I have seen your email responses to some of the citizens that have emailed you their concerns about this, and you are suspiciously in favor of this project, a project that no one in Clearwater wants. Scientologists are less than 2% of the population. There's about 1,500 Sea Org members. There's about 1,000 public Scientologists. In all of Tampa Bay, you couldn't scrape up 4,000 Scientologists, but you're running around like building L. Ron Hubbard Hall is going to save downtown Clearwater. Ryan, it doesn't make any sense what you are out there doing. Mayor Bruce Rector, thanks for voting no on this. Lena? At one of the recent hearings, the mayor of Clearwater said he is still not even clear why Scientology wants this street. How can 3 council members be voting yes when the mayor isn't even clear why Scientology wants this street? And you've both, Lena and Bruce, you have both already made it clear. You already know they don't need the street. Not selling them this street does not prevent them from building LRH Hall. It's got nothing to do with it. So why do they want it? I truly agree with Mark Bunker. They want it so that protesters can't stand on the sidewalks in front of LRH Hall. Ryan, you talk about treating Scientologists like any other member of the community. Is there any other church in this community that has gone to war and tried to sabotage the development of downtown Clearwater? So whereas Scientologists should be treated with the same respect and the same rights as all other members of this community, the Church of Scientology is not just another member of this community. It is a toxic, dangerous, and destructive force, and everyone who spent any amount of time downtown understands this. But for some reason, you like their shiny video. It's truly incredible. You talk about the construction benefits of LRH Hall. That's a one-time benefit. Whatever economic trickle-down effect, there is, that's a one-time benefit. You seem to be under the impression that building LRH Hall brings more Scientologists to Clearwater. Do you not understand the role of the flag land base in the greater world of Scientology? Every Scientologist who's going to come to Clearwater already comes to Clearwater. Believe me, LRH Hall changes absolutely nothing. Scientologists don't even use Scientology's properties that are so-called open to the public. The park where the Checkers used to be. Have any of you ever seen a single Scientologist in that park? Nope. I haven't. The gorgeous park next to the Fort Harrison Hotel. It's beautiful. Have you ever seen a single Scientologist in there? No. If the Scientologists won't even use these properties, what do you think the people of Clearwater are going to do?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Rector, and fellow council members. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm going to speak to you in regards to the item 7.2, the vacation of the street to the City of the Church of Scientology. I strongly encourage you to please vote, rethink this before, please make sure to consider what you're doing before considering voting yes on this. I'd encourage you to think about, and I'd encourage you tonight to vote no. That doesn't mean that you should never work with Scientology at all. I believe you should, but they need to come to the table first. And they need to offer a good, strong, plan of what they're actually doing. I have yet to see that. As other members who've come up here, other members of the community pointed out, they have yet to state what they're doing with this street or why they need this street. They don't need this street to build the L. Ron Hubbard Hall. They could build it without it. I feel like this is just another giveaway to the Church of Scientology who already controls this town. I mean, if you look at we can go back through the history of how they came in. They came in here under secret orders in 1975. They lied about who they were, actually. They said they were the United Churches of Florida, and they were not. And it was a way to discover they were the Church of Scientology. They went really hard after the mayor at the time. His name was Gabe Cesares. Unfortunately, they went after him. They came up, they were like fake hit and run. They orchestrated against him. It's a policy they have called fair game. They'll go after any critics who they deem as a threat to their policy. I don't see that as someone I'd really want to be associated with. Now, I'm not saying that Scientologists are bad people. Many of them are great people. But I'm talking about the organization itself. It's just not something that it's just, I've just seen what it's done in this town, and not many people want to come down here. And I think that's because of they own so much property and they don't really do much. Or if they just leave all these buildings empty, and this is dead, a lot of it. And they build nice, and I give them credit, they build nice buildings, but they're not open to the public or anybody else. And I would really strongly encourage you. I would like to thank Mayor Rector and Rita Teixeira for not voting for this. I would consider you, all the other council members as well, to reconsider this change and go back and think about this. Think about what is going to do. Think about what can we help to build the community. They mentioned back there, they mentioned right before, a few people before, that there should be an African American like memorial or something, like a park for the public. And I feel like that would be a great thing. And
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
What's the next speaker, please? Yeah.
Excuse me. Hi, guys. Clearwater, bright and beautiful Beta Church, because the beaches are never something they talk about when they visit. It's always the church. Church of Scientology, where does one begin? Imagine myself being under the age of 16, riding my bicycle in downtown Clearwater, taking a break on the sidewalk across the street from the church, when all of a sudden the church starts taking pictures of me. They start talking about me on the radio. They start describing me down to the exact color of my shoes. They try to get me to go across the street to their security office so they can continue to take pictures of me and my friends. The security guy identifies himself as a Clearwater police officer. This is my childhood trauma of dealing with the Church of Scientology. I was less than 15 years old at the time. This happened in the mid-90s. What's happened since then? Nothing. Take the Mega Powers or the Superpowers building as an example. How long did that project take to build? It was just a hole in the floor or a hole in the downtown area for how long before you guys finally pushed their buttons and developed that? I'm sure that was a popular transient hangout back in the day. But let's go ahead and fast forward to the circa 2020s. I took a friend over to Emily's recently within the last 5 years, sat down, ate breakfast, and I said, hey, let's go take that walk. Guess what? Less than 3 times going around that building, there they are on the roof again. There they are on the radio again, identifying me. Every article of clothing I'm wearing. I said to my friend, let's get out of here. I'm not dealing with that anymore. What part of this is normal? I can walk around any other building, non-Scientology owned in the city, with maybe the exception of the police department, and not worried about getting threatened or harassed or anything like that because it doesn't have anything to do with them. Why is that? I might not ever get the answers, might not ever get the apology that I am looking for, but as a child growing up in this area, that was my issue with the Church of Scientology.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
This is for 7.2. I'll be quick here because I'm going to give you 5 minutes later on. My name is Mike Mastroserio. I just found out tonight 2 different things that I wasn't aware of. One, that we weren't getting any money until who knows when, at least 5 years or so. And then I found out about a new proposal that was new on the table, where you can get money sooner than that. And I want to stand here and I will donate $30,000 to that project if you'll give them the time to raise the money and to look at the thing properly. So you need to really look at it and say, do we want to wait 5 years for this money, or do we want to listen? You know, I hear that we say things like we represent all our constituents. You've got a room full of constituents here, and you got 100,000 constituents out there. And if you would have put this to a referendum, they wouldn't want that because you know darn well it would have went down. But we will not talk about that because it's not. But we do is we want to say, please make the right decisions. This is about the sale of it. This is 7.2. I'll be back up about the vacation. But I will say this. I want to thank the council before us. Bill Johnson was here. Corey Hamilton was here. Mark Bunker was here. Lena Teixeira, Dave Albritton, and the mayors and councilmen for years in the past who stood tall and fought against this. I want to thank you for that. But I also want to make sure that your legacy to go forward has to be thought about. So please, again, what you could do for the black community, what you could do for the city of Clearwater, it's a win-win situation. And if it's money, we can raise that money. So I just want you to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Wade, 1312 North Madison Avenue, Clearwater, Florida. Lifelong resident of the city, and a community activist, and I own a not-for-profit called The Spiritual Change in North Greenwood. About 35 years ago, I was president of the North Greenwood Association, and I was introduced to Miss Pat Harney, who is a Scientologist, and I guess one of the spokespeople for the church. She has been working in the community of North Greenwood since that time. She has personally helped me to help my organization, so I don't come tonight in support of Scientology. I don't come as a critic of Scientology. I come as a citizen who believe in fairness and equality for all citizens, including those I don't like. Or people don't like. I think it's unfair to just constantly beat and badger an organization because of their faith. I'm not okay with that as a Christian myself. I don't espouse to Scientology. I am a Christian, I'm a pastor, I love the Lord, but I love fairness and I love justice and I love equality. So I'm here tonight in support of the decision, if you choose to abate the street, that they can build their property and do what it is that they wish. And if you do have a desire to do a black museum, we sure would like to have it back over in North Greenwood or on the Heights to advocate, or to reopen the Martin Luther King Center and have something for real that we can open and utilize for support. I live in the community. I live the black experience. And I've lived racism and hatred, and I don't think that it's nice no matter who it's happening to. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. So I own a business for 40 years.
Ma'am, could you state your name?
Yeah.
Huh?
Your name?
Oh, my name is Diolinda Grasso. I own Diolinda's Bridal for 40 years. I've been watching this town fighting the Scientologists, they're not getting anything accomplished. So I've been working with them. I never had a problem with them. They don't own me. I'm Catholic. And there's Jesus in my store everywhere. So I just feel they should, be treated like everybody else. I never had a problem with them as business. They come in, they pay for whatever they want, and that's it. But as far as the deal you guys got from them, I don't like it. And I think I watched the building being stopped for 15 years across the street from my shop. So you have to treat it as a business. So whatever, if they want to buy it, they have to buy it. Treat them like everybody else. But I do feel you should treat them, and Clearwater should know the Scientology has been here for 40 years. And you guys have been fighting them, and they own Clearwater now.
Ma'am, yeah.
And I've been watching everybody buying,
Yeah. Please talk to the council for us. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Next speaker.
Steve Harris. I too will, my wife and I will also contribute to your initiative when you put it together. I was distressed to find you all during that discussion of what happens if you get to the end.
Did you already speak on this agenda item?
I waited my turn again. Does anyone feel like I'm just wasting their
Sir,
time?
sir,
he's already
sir,
spoken. Yes.
sir, sir, sir.
Sir,
There-
you only get one.
There's another agenda item, it has nothing to do with this issue.
Let me ask you one question then.
So please,
I need
I'm asking you.
No,
You
I'm
look like,
asking you.
you look like a gentleman and a professional
I
man.
need a civic lesson in that
Well,
when the board indicates, says something to the public that is wrong, flat
Sir,
ass wrong.
Sir.
It's
you're-
now on the record.
I'm asking you not to be disrespectful of all these other people here. Some of them are here on the fluoride issue,
You mean
and
because
you're wasting their
I
time.
could call out you all
Please.
in not knowing about what you were talking about?
Please leave if you can't be, okay? You're here with other folks who are part of, who
How do I
agree with
correct the
you.
record?
Please help them.
How do I collect the record?
Please help them. Yeah. Next speaker, please. Here.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George, and I'm here to support the church desire to expand in that location by purchasing the surplus properties. And I'm not a Scientologist, rather I'm sort of a guest friend of them. Consequently, I have a more neutral view rather than an emotional, negative, or positive view. So my reasons for supporting the church is, and buying this property is, there are many benefits, mostly economic, and some of them are during the construction phase. There'll be construction worker hired, it'll be a fancy building, so it'll take a few years, it'll keep individuals busy. Once it's completed, it'll be a hall where it house up to 4,000 individuals. And it's my understanding that events will be held there throughout the year. Consequently, many individuals from out of state in the country will come there and stay locally in the hotels and take advantage of the local sceneries and so forth. Consequently, there are economics benefits very indirectly. In addition to that, it will add to the community opportunity to hold events, that's my understanding. So it isn't just, oh, it's going to be an empty building, or it's for Scientologists only, but as I understand it, other individuals in the community can participate and hold events there. And that's all I have to say. I want to make it brief.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kim. I wrote the council members last week, and Mayor, thank you for this evening. I think it can't be easy what you're doing. I also, of course, want to address the section of Garden Avenue. Most comments tonight have been of a very practical nature. Traffic and the history of what's been going on in Clearwater. People have spoken with much more knowledge in the history of what's going on than I even have, so I really appreciate that, and I've learned a lot. I have perhaps a little bit more of a philosophical twist to all of this. I just want to throw it in for the whole debate and discussion. When you do a little research on what Scientology is, which of course I'm sure you have, and obviously everybody else has, you would, and of course you do that for a potential buyer in any business venture, you'll get a variety of answers, most of them which roughly state Scientology is a set of life rules and practices, and or it's a business, and or it's a cult. Enter the elephant in the room. I believe that is the elephant in the room. Usually the explanations involve all three of those things. Regardless of your own faith, if you believe in God, if you don't believe in God, wherever you stand in your faith, I think that we could all agree that there's a long-established, accepted, and universal understanding of the meaning of the word cult. And this isn't from me. You look up Scientology, Google it, and all these things come up. So this isn't just me coming up with this. Cults are never seen as a positive influence. Quite the contrary. I think if we were honest, if anybody's family member in the room, say your child, came up to you and said they were thinking of joining a cult, any cult, that you would most likely, encourage them with all of your heart not to join, not to be a part of it. Why? Why is that? That then would beg the question, if it's not good for your child or your family member, why would we choose to voluntarily support its increased presence in our city? This elephant, from my perspective, is pretty big. And I wanted to bring it up again because it's been alluded to once, but I wanted to just say it clearly. My hope is that you would consider that in this whole discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for your time tonight. I appreciate it. My name is Michelle. I've lived in Pinellas County most of my life. I've owned property in Clearwater for over 20 years. This is my home, and I care deeply about what happens here. A hard fact that I say out loud is I don't take any friends or family that come to visit to downtown Clearwater. I take them to Dunedin, to St. Pete, to Safety Harbor, to Tampa, but not to my own downtown. And that's not because I don't love this city. It's because the downtown has become a ghost town run by Scientologists. It has nothing to draw in visitors, just more Scientologists. Over the years, I've watched as more and more businesses have left, more buildings have gone dark. We all know what's happening. The Church of Scientology, excuse me, has quietly taken over much of downtown. And the result has not been growth or revitalization. It's been emptiness. Now we're hearing that the city may sell yet another piece of property, but this sale doesn't reflect community need. It reflects the wants of a powerful organization that already controls too much of our city center. We deserve better. We deserve a vibrant, welcoming downtown, somewhere to bring visitors. We deserve to be heard. So I ask you, pause and listen. Listen to what the majority of the people have said tonight. We want a downtown that we can go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Blaine Enderly. You guys are good with math. What's the statistics of these people that are for and against? Anybody got it? Good idea? You represent these people. Now, the Church of Scientology with this property, you're good with math. Someone had said you're gonna lose $30,000 a year, and you're not gonna get any money for 6 years. $30,000 a year for parking, you're not gonna get that no more. You know, as soon as they sign off the deal, the fence is going around this entire property. They're closing that street. You're not going through it. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Now, the Church of Scientology has never personally treated me bad. I am one of those people that use their parks almost every day. I'm the only one. And I love it. I'm the only one. I love this town. About 5 years ago, I got so upset with Scientology because they weren't participating in anything. You hear that, David? You weren't participating in anything. He's not coming down here. Nothing. But I realized that in my retirement, I love this place being a ghost town. My electric bike can go everywhere, anywhere, and there's nobody. And I love it. Truly, I love it. I love it. You understand? I really, really, really love it. So, the more they take over, the more I love it. Now, this poor year, my concern about this is I want to know your opinion. I know their opinion. You make more money than all of them, not including him. What is your opinion? What is your future of this town? You're not there to be puppets to them. We hired you to be the boss. We hired you to be Trump. We hired you to be the leader. We hired you with the gonads. We love you. So please, give us your vision, give us your opinion. Is this a good deal in your opinion, and why? You gave an opinion of saying, hey, I worked with every one of these. We understand. You're good at it. Excellent. But is this good for Clearwater? I don't care. I love it being a ghost town. I love my electric bike going everywhere. And I watch the videos every day.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please. Yeah.
Hello, my name's Joe. When was the last time you heard somebody say, let's go to downtown Clearwater? I've lived here since '94. I've never heard that once. This place is a ghost town. Went here a couple months ago. It's completely empty streets. I don't know how you guys make any revenue. It just doesn't make any sense through taxes. The deal, I don't know, I just read it. It really sounds stupid. But you do also hear, let's go to Tampa, let's go to St. Pete, let's go to Largo. I mean, there's every single place around here, but there's, and, you know, you can go to all the downtown areas. There's nothing here besides the beach, and that's really the only thing. It'd be really great if you guys had places for the actual local community to organize and meet with each other, and, you know, just businesses. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, I'm Bud Elias. I'm a resident of Countryside, a community long known as having a large disconnect between what happens in downtown Clearwater and Countryside. So over the past several weeks, I've made an effort to talk to a number of people in Countryside as well as people I know in other communities within Clearwater. Ask them about what they know about the proposition of the city selling property to Church of Clearwater. And the unanimous response was, I don't know anything about it. Further, many of those to whom I spoke asked about the informational meetings that the city used to hold when it came to educating our residents about such things as the renovation of the downtown Coachman Park and the covered 4,000-seat amphitheater. So the vote scheduled for tonight is not the usual procedural question. It is rather a question that will have significant impact on Clearwater's landscape. So does it not make sense to take the question in an educational forum to the residents of Countryside, Greenwood, Morningside, Island Estates, Greenbrier, Clearwater Beach, Sand Key, and others? Is it not a good time to begin the process of bringing the residents of our neighborhoods into the sunlight of what's going on in downtown Clearwater? I would suggest tabling tonight's vote, begin the process of including our residents in important community issues. We can't be afraid to hear what our residents have to say about living in Clearwater. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
John, I think they gave me an extra minute or so.
Hold on 1 second, sorry. I don't have anyone on the back of the card.
That's all right. I'll get it done in 3 minutes. What's up, everybody? Why would you sell a public road to a child trafficking cult? Also, this lady named Erica, for 15 months, has been protesting with a sign by the pizza place for 15 months, and one day Castellanos and Officer Reich, conspired and caged a peaceful woman for free speech. Ah, free speech. That's the reason we came here in the first place, right? It stinks to high heaven, or of a payoff or retaliation from Scientology. You all voted to get rid the city of free speech, and it just seems like the shit ran downhill to the PD. How can a peaceful woman be abducted by gunmen from the Clearwater Police Department and none of you care? The reason Scientology wants the road is so they can suppress speech of protesters. The same First Amendment that gives Scientology the right to practice their cultish beliefs are the same First Amendment rights that allow protesters. And if you sell them the street, they're going to make it private and kick everybody else off. I heard that Poirier is affiliated with Scientology. Is that true? Any truth to that? Make that face. You could have shaved $1.375 million off the Clearwater $25 million budget and made just as much money immediately. You're not even good at business. Why would you not shame a cult out of here that's been involved in so much crime? Do you guys not watch TV? Do you do any research about anything? That's all I have written down, but, like, why would you vote for that, dude? Why? 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 They are a cult that commits crimes. It's well documented. Do you not know that? You're selling yourselves out like whores for $1 million. You could have easily shaved off somewhere else. Wake the fuck up!
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Ma'am, are you next? Yeah? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I promise not to yell. My name's Becca Kay. I have lived in Clearwater since 1970. My grandparents moved here in 1946. So I've seen a lot of changes in Clearwater, a whole lot. And we used to go downtown to shop and go to the movies and go to Moss Brothers, and it was lovely. And I've seen all the changes. I need to preface this by saying I live in a neighborhood. Most of my neighbors are members of Scientology, and they are lovely people. They are very, very nice people. The organization itself, I know a lot more about than I wish I did. In 1975, when they bought the Fort Harrison, about a year later, there was a concert, and it had some jazz musicians, and we were going to go to the concert. We bought tickets, and we're not aware of this. We went inside, and we were going to look around the Fort Harrison because we've always been able to do that. Just walk around, go around the pool, you know. Who was it? Van Morrison hung out the pool there. Or the Rolling Stones wrote one of their songs out there by the Fort Harrison way back in the day. So we were told immediately at the door we could not come in. We would have to wait till the concert started. And then this happened again in a building that Scientology owned. My daughter was going to do a recital for a dance studio she was in. And my son just said, I'm not coming for the recital. I just want to come in and say hi to my mom for a minute. And they told him he could not come in. So there is a limit to what you can do, where you can go. Like one person said a little while ago, what building you can go into, which Scientology owns, where you can just walk in. None. None, I don't think so. And this will be no different. The LRH Hall, they're not going to have events here that you can walk in, and that the one guy said, you know, oh, I'd like to have an event hall. That's not what this is. And I appreciate those of you who voted no. I'm not going to say anything to those who are, Mr. Anyway, some of y'all lived here a long time. I can't believe you would have voted for yes. I don't think you should sell a public street. We need our public streets. Thank you so
Thank you, ma'am.
much.
Yeah,
God
thank
bless.
Next speaker. For those of you like me getting older and need to take a break, we are going to take a break here in just a minute. Trying to get through all the speakers first, though.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor and Council. I thank you for taking the time to hear everybody today. I think that's really remarkable because a lot of councils don't take this much time and really listen and value and weigh out what your community is saying. I was born and raised in St. Petersburg, in Seminole, and I live in Dunedin, and I spent so much time in the Clearwater area growing up. And it was so vital, and it was thriving, and there was so much to do, and there was such a good feeling, a good emotion in the air. And going down Fort Harrison and going down to Fort Harrison at night, driving along, it's just not been the same. It has not been the same for years. And I think that what you do is you have a bully in the ring, and a bully says, I've got a lot of money, and here you go, boys and girls. We can take up this city, we can revitalize it, we can make this city great again. But no, that's not what they did. They privatized everything. Anyone can be a nonprofit organization. Anybody can be a church. You can go online and get the tax benefits from being a church. I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that about 75% of their holdings are not taxable. And I do understand that seeing the layers of the map, of our beautiful city and seeing building by building overtaken and growing like a cancer, growing like a mold. It's growing beyond what anyone's capability of doing anything about is. And I don't want you to be intimidated by somebody like that. I'm not talking about who they are, what they represent. I won't go there. But I do want to tell you that any one of us could not come in, take a piece of land and say, hi, I'm Susan from the city, and I want to know if I can buy this for $1.3 million, and I can pay you 6 to 10 years from now, and I'm going to go ahead and start getting my permits, and I'm going to go ahead and build my building, and you're going to say yes, and it's going to be so beautiful, and I haven't given you a dime? Where's the revenue? Where is the input to this city? Let's make this city great again. It can be great again. Let's give other entrepreneurs the potential to be able to weigh in on this and not feed a dragon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor. Sir,
No, with all due respect, you allowed at least two other people to speak on this topic
I've given you all
twice.
this time to warning. Please leave. If not, I'm going to have you escorted out.
It's shocking to all of us that so many of you had not read the contract.
We're going to recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. This time we'll call back to order the meeting of the Clearwater City Council, and we're ready for our next speaker on this agenda.
Hi, my name is Brayden. I was not expecting to be here at 8:30, but since I am, I would like to say that I personally do not, as a pretty regular kid, care what Scientology is. I think a lot of Clearwater does not care what Scientology is. But unfortunately, since moving here, I've been quite aware of what Scientology is, and just walking through the downtown, you are just, it's put on you. The buildings, the propaganda, the people. I moved here about 7 years ago, and at first, all my friends were super excited for me. They were saying they're going to come and visit me in Florida for some Florida sun. Then I moved to Clearwater, Florida, and unfortunately, here we have beautiful beaches, expensive hotels, and nothing within walking distance for us to enjoy. So I have many friends here. They'll come to Florida, but they go to Cocoa Beach. They go to Miami. They even go to Orlando because there's nothing to do here. I believe that giving a road to a religion that many people have been hurt by and even more disturbed by or confused by is not improving the city. Clearwater has a reputation of being weird. Many of my friends out of states, I have friends all over the country, they think of Clearwater, they think of Tom Cruise and Scientology, and that's not a reason for them to come unless they're stalkers. So most people do not come to visit, which, you know, is just, it's silly, but it's also frustrating. I have to go visit them. I believe the road that is being discussed faces the main road towards Clearwater Beach, and I do not believe that the City Council should vote to deter more people from downtown Clearwater, which is what would happen if Scientology builds an objectively strange and creepy monument to their own religion. The current plan for the church involves statues of some sort memorial to their own religion, which is not inclusive to the public at large. It's creepy and boring, and honestly just something that I don't want to have to drive by every time I go to the beach, and I don't think when you look on Google Maps at downtown Clearwater Beach, I don't think people want to see that. I believe that a memorial to a historic figure to remember an important man would draw people to downtown Clearwater, or at the very least, a public park would not make me embarrassed to invite my friends to downtown Clearwater. I hope you will improve Clearwater.
Thank you. Now, next speaker.
Doing well, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. And my name's Bill Sturtevant, and I never dreamed I would be last. So I'll try to make this not brief, but I really want to make some points. Just quickly, I went to Clearwater High School, year 19, and went out of state to college, went to Atlanta for 40 years, came back to Clearwater in 2000 on a project on the beach, and decided to stay. Moved back to Clearwater in 2003. What I found was an incredible, great little city. Friendly. I had probably more friends here than I had in Atlanta, because I get older and we get so big and everything. One day I was approached by a friend, a high school friend I hadn't seen in years, and he said, "Bill, I hear you're kind of getting involved with some downtown Clearwater stuff." I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "I hate downtown Clearwater." It resonated. It really did. There's no room for the word hate in downtown Clearwater in the same sentence. The church, in my opinion, from what I read historically, when they came here 50 years ago, their goal is to make downtown their campus. It's been printed. And as we look at the way where we are today, 50 years later, it's looking like it. I'll come back to that in just a minute. Every time we change councils, I understand that maybe the mayor or a council member, maybe the city manager, maybe the city attorney, they meet with the leadership of the church. And we've heard it, I've heard it for 25 years. Our membership is going to fill up all these storefronts. It's going to be wonderful, but we have to take it slow. Hear it all the time. Why would we take anything slow if you got people that want to come down and do business? Well, we did get a Starbucks, and now I hear we're going to get a bank. A Woolworth, is it a drugstore? No, it's going to have a nice facade. And then another building, the telephone building, maybe some offices. Folks, that will not move the needle at all. We need people living in downtown Clearwater, who work in downtown Clearwater. Not impossible. However, we don't have any land. Years ago, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium put some property up for sale. We all know about it. Church offered an amazing price, about 1/3. And they ended up selling it to the city of Clearwater for about 1/3 of what the church was willing to pay. You say, holy cow.
Thank you, Mr. Sturtevant.
Why did they do that?
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Is that 3 minutes already?
Time's up, yeah.
It is?
It just went off, it did. Thank you, yeah. Thank you. Our next speaker, please, yeah.
Hi, my name is Jim MacArthur. I'm with Realty Management Group, RMG. I'm a real estate investor. I'm a developer, property manager. So I'm not here to talk about who did what 30 years ago or any of that stuff. I think downtown Clearwater needs some revitalizing. And to talk about $30,000 in revenue on one street, that doesn't really move the needle when somebody's going to come in and spend several $100 million in development. And then there's a trickle-down effect because the roofers, the electricians, everybody under the sun is going to get a piece of that, plus guys come in from out of town. Being in the property management business, I see it all the time. Downtown St. Pete is where our office is. So there's cranes all over downtown St. Pete. There's not one crane in the sky in Clearwater. You guys need new buildings and you need new businesses, and one block of Cleveland or whatever street you want isn't going to make a difference. You need new buildings, you need things to attract people, and you need economic growth. And that's what happens in places like St. Pete was the same deal. Downtown was dead. Scientology's in St. Petersburg, downtown. Doesn't have anything to do with it. I think it's a great idea. And the reality is, I looked into it a little bit deeper. The reason why they need this street is because there's going to be open space and there's going to be a park, right, outside of the building. So it gives them the extra space to do it. And then the way that they're closing the transaction, the city doesn't transfer title on it until the building's built. So you guys structured that transaction, and being a developer for 45 years, I've known the same stuff. We do deals like that all the time. It's very, very common in commercial real estate. So you guys don't transfer title on the street until there's a certificate of occupancy. It means they've got to build the building. And they're not going to do that. They're going to build the building, and you're not going to give them title, and they won't have title. So the thing is, there's really no issue there, right? I say it's a great idea because you need something going on down here, right? And we're looking at putting a small business incubator in downtown, right? Because you don't just need buildings, you need businesses, and the businesses here aren't supported, right? The last meeting I was at, they didn't even know the biggest turf manufacturer and installer in the world is literally a couple blocks away on the street that everybody's talking about. You need more businesses like that, billion-dollar companies, not just the Starbucks. And there's lots of ways to do it. Scientology doesn't control downtown. I'm a real estate investor. Guys can come in and buy property 2 streets over. You know what? There's a lot of places. Go to New Orleans, downtown. It's 5 streets wide.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. So please, come on. Okay, next speaker, please. Anyone else want to speak on this agenda? Yes.
Thank you. Name's Sam Lamson, and I've learned a lot by being
sorry,
here.
your
This is my
name, sir?
first.
Could you
Sam
share?
Lamson.
Your name, sorry?
Sam Lamson.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my first board meeting, I should call it. It's very interesting. I've learned a great deal. I'm going to read my little speech, although it may not be totally accurate now after what I've heard, but we'll see. So don't shoot me if I'm wrong here. I've lived in Clearwater for over 60 years. I've owned a number of businesses here, so forth and so on. I've seen a lot of changes. This one will be interesting. I want to start off by saying I'm not siding with the city of Clearwater or the Church of Scientology. I'm here to state what I perceive to be the facts and who I believe will benefit from the sale of the property/street, then the building of the hall. From now on, I'll refer to Clearwater as the city and Scientology as the church. The church, or the city, sells to the church a street for about $1.3 million. The cost to build the hall will be around $300 million. Construction may take a number of years. There will be many people being employed by contractors. Some of these employees may be from out of town and will need lodging, food, and other essentials. When these workers have time off, they may want to go out on the town and enjoy the many places Clearwater has to offer. Who benefits? Clearwater's local businesses. Once the hall is completed, which evidently will be a number of years down the road, the hall can seat around 3,600 people without tables and can serve about 1,500 for food events requiring tables. From what I have researched, the church/hall will host only nonprofit organizations and other churches of different religions. You may ask how much the church will charge these nonprofit organizations and other churches to use the hall. The answer is nothing. What about an event that requires tables and food? The church will supply all the food, table settings, and whatever else that may be needed for a memorable event, all at no cost. This is important to the city. If a nonprofit organization or church puts on a large event, there could be up to 3,600 people attending. Many may be from out of town and may stay over for a night, a weekend, or longer. They will need lodging, food, and probably do some fun touristy things. The city of Clearwater and the local businesses will again benefit. Taxes. Some think the hall will be tax-free. Not so. The church pays around $3.4 million a year now, and with the hall, that number will be much more. That is a lot of money year after year. So who wins, the city of Clearwater or the Church of Scientology? In my opinion, both, for obviously different reasons. The church wins as it can continue to assist the many humanitarian projects and other religious groups that it supports. The city of Clearwater wins as it took a...
Thank you, sir, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
And the most important part was
Thank you,
missed.
sir.
Anybody give me another minute?
Does anyone else want to speak on this agenda? Yeah.
Eyes on the state. For decades now, we've watched as Scientology has slowly and deliberately taken over our city's core, often through secretive purchases and front groups hollowing out what should be a thriving downtown. Businesses have closed, public spaces have disappeared, and the life of this city has been drained away. And now, instead of stopping this trend, instead of standing up for the people of this city, the city is giving away even more public land. A public street. Once that land is gone, it's gone forever. Do you honestly believe the sale will benefit the residents in any way? That it will build back any of the businesses? That it will restore the downtown to what it should be? No, it's not going to do that. The truth is, every time you give in, every time you hand over more of the city, you make it harder for the city to recover. The sale is not about growth, it's not about progress, it's about control. A single organization with a long history of operating in secrecy and shutting out the public is being handed even more power in the heart of the city. It's a betrayal, it's a slap in the face to every resident who wants a downtown that they can actually use, visit, and enjoy. And let's be honest, if this deal were truly in the best interest of the public, why has so much of it happened behind closed doors? Why is there always a lack of transparency when it comes to these decisions? The people of Clearwater deserve answers. More than that, they deserve a city that prioritizes its residents over a private organization that has already taken far too much. Do the right thing. Just don't do the easy thing. Don't sell it.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else want to speak on this agenda item? Okay. If not, we're ready for council discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start off. I've got obviously some things to say. You know, we've been dealing with this since, I think that Scientology put in for vacation in December. And that's when this whole conversation started between city staff and the elected officials you see here today. And that's where we all decided to, hey, go allow city staff to go and bring back a negotiation. As I said, even at the work session, this started with Scientology wanting 3 properties, not 3 properties. And we, through negotiation, said, listen, let's start somewhere with 1, right? As I've alluded to, I've born and raised here, 2nd generation. I went to Calvary Baptist Church downtown when it was here and Calvary Christian High School. I have walked during my senior year during Bible class to minister to Scientologists. I mean, we all share experiences if you're born and raised around here, and my experiences are a little bit different. I was never chased off or detained, if you will, right? Me and the group of high schoolers that were out there trying to spread the gospel message to Scientologists usually had great conversations with them. And then 45 minutes later, we would go back into the school and go to our next period. So I think something needs to change, and we all say that because we've heard it up here from countless people that this is a ghost town. We've had papers in the windows for how long? If you go walk Cleveland Street now, through these active negotiations, you can see that there's permits and windows now. Paper is down, things are actively happening. I think that's a good progress to where we're trying to get because I genuinely believe that we can be better than St. Petersburg, that we will be the destination that people want to come to. We already have world-class beaches. Why can't we have a world-class downtown to suit it? I think that we can. You know, I appreciate the city attorney going over the specifics of the deals to show that taxpayers are protected with what was negotiated. I mean, I was surprised that Scientology signed the deal, if I'm being honest, right? Because of the $300,000 that they're going to be charged year over year by not getting the building completed at a certain date. And then after the terms are met past 9 years, we could take the property back if we so choose or see what's going on with that time frame. I think something else that we need to remember is with the certificate of occupancy, title doesn't change over. So we've heard some people up here state that we're going to make this decision tonight, and then all of a sudden the fences are going up, you can't use garden, nothing's going to be accessed. I mean, that can't be further from the truth because no building is done, and if no building is done, no certificate of occupancy has been given, no title has been transferred. So Cleveland Street will still be there, your parking spots will still be there, you'll still be able to utilize these things. And I think that, again, I have to commend city staff for the negotiation that they put forward in trying to take 5 different people's variation of what we're trying to build here. That's got to be mind-boggling to try and get done. So I still commend the city manager, the city attorney for bringing the deal that we have. And I do believe that with that contract and the assurances that we've been given verbally, right? I know how people feel about that. I've read 50 emails, I think, that I have saved in the Garden Avenue folder. I get it, but I think that these binding words are starting to show fruit. Again, you walk Cleveland now versus 2 months earlier, the paper's starting to come down, the permits are in, work is being done. The caveat to that is seeing non-institutional use with long-term leases for commercial businesses, restaurants, storefronts, those types of things, so that we can see an active downtown. And I truly believe that this is just one step in going forward with that. So I have nothing else to add right now.
Councilmember Menino, I think you were next.
Throwing me in the queue? Thank you.
Well, unless somebody else wants to go.
Thank you, sir. Nominate me.
Looked like you was next.
I think it's procedurally probably in our best interest to acknowledge Brooks and his presentation. So before I go on about this agenda item, does anybody disagree with me with that? Okay. First of all, I appreciate your positive delivery in coming up. I appreciate your time frame and how quick. I was with you last night till about 8:30 p.m. and I had no thoughts that you would have any ability in that short amount of time to submit a proposal like that. So congratulations to you and your team. I also want to sincerely acknowledge your passion for our Greenwood community and protecting the legacy of Mac Dixon and putting a park in memory. I think that's very important. You obviously drummed up some support in here tonight financially. You have my support with that. I'll roll my sleeves up and help you. I served on the MLK Neighborhood Coalition for a number of years. I'm very passionate about all of our communities, but especially our MLK community. With your proposal, though, I just don't think that Garden is the best fit for it. I think I agree with Reverend Wade's proposal that that's probably more fitting for the Greenwood community and for our MLK, maybe the Neighborhood Coalition Center that's been needing some sort of reviving to it. That community has been begging for it for years. I think your idea, your passion, some of the financial support that you've gotten from this group tonight, I think is awesome, and I thank you for that passion. I'd love to help you and make sure. I just don't think Garden Street is the right fit for it. I think the MLK Greenwood community is a better fit for it. So thank you for that proposal and all the work you did. Do you want to stay on that?
Anything else you want to say? Yeah.
Well, if I'm going to talk about Garden, but did you want to just talk about the proposal and jump in front of me?
Yeah.
I just need to,
Yeah, go ahead.
He's nominating
I just
people.
need to clarify. So the deadline for proposal admissions is ended today? Ended today?
Oh, your mic's up.
It doesn't work very well.
There we go.
The proposal for the submission deadline, it was today,
It is.
and we cannot extend it, correct? Or is that true?
I don't know, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do believe that the council has the discretion to extend it. You could not shorten it, but I do believe that if it was the will of the council, you could extend it. This, just to kind of give general context for this, the procedural aspects of the notice and advertising are somewhat different in this transaction than they are in a lot of other transactions the city has. And the reason for that primarily is because it's downtown. Downtown, it's governed by the Community Redevelopment Act, which is a state law that governs disposition of city-owned or CRA-owned real estate within the CRA. And so that makes it different than, say, property you might dispose of anywhere outside the CRA. Under the Community Redevelopment Act, there are specific advertising requirements that are minimum advertising requirements, but they do not prevent the city or the council from extending a deadline. So the 30-day advertising requirement, which is statutory, is a floor, but the council does, if it so chooses, have the power to extend that deadline. But it has been advertised for 30 days, which is the standard under Florida law. I do believe council could extend it if you so choose.
So what's some of the comments that have resonated with me, and sometimes I didn't have the answer to, is how important this issue is, right? And so those who come up to me, they say, this is such in a rush. I wasn't aware. 30 days is not enough. If I didn't hear it from my neighbor, I wouldn't have known. And this is not, they perceive it as insignificant. And so I'm wondering if there's an appetite from us to extend this time frame, because they've had to come up with this in, what is it, a week, 2 weeks? Whereas the other person, the other Church of Scientology had how many months to prepare it? It resonates with me, this whole idea of that there's not enough time. People didn't know about it, and they want a fair chance to bid on it. And in terms of, what we're going to do with that street, I don't approve of what the church is going to do with that street. So are we going to? It's tough. We're going to say, oh, this is not the right place for this proposal. So I don't know. I'm wondering, is there an appetite from this council to extend the period and give this group or other groups more time, since this is a polarizing issue? This is a downtown street. So that's my question.
I know there'll be comments both sides, and you'll agree to that, but it really does slow us down if we got to wait for applause. So appreciate your enthusiasm for whichever side you're on, but please help us, okay? So, discussion on what she said.
Okay. I think we all up here understand that this Memorial Garden is a good thing. I just don't think it's the right fit for this Memorial Garden. I think that just reading through the purpose and the vision and what you're requesting of the city of Clearwater with no real clear answers on how maintenance is going to be done, and really you hadn't even started doing any kind of fundraising to finish the park, and you're not expecting really to pay for the street. You're expecting Clearwater to give you the street. You know, I think there's a better fit with the North Greenwood CRA. The North Greenwood CRA could probably help fund this and help maintain it. As Reverend Wade was saying, there's plenty of places that they've been talking for years about having revitalized up there. But next to a busy street, I just can't, you know, Court Street, how many cars do we have there? I mean, it's a very active street, and to have a children's park next to it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Especially if you're going to chain it off, and then as far as this, you know, as far as the drawing, now I know it's not to scale, but I'm looking at this going, I don't know how you're even going to get that with the amount of land when you still want to see South Garden one way there with parking. You're not going to have much left by the time you hit the other side of the street. It's going to be like a 20-foot swath of park. And we have so many better places. The Martin Luther King, the whole area up there has multiple places that we've been asked to take the land, and we haven't done it because just taking the land without any cost, the maintenance on it is what really is the cost. And if we do, to me, if we do a partnership and you can cover the maintenance on it, we can help get the land to put this park in, and I think it would make a lot better, to me, it would be better suited in another location, not this location.
Permission to respond. Anybody? Yeah, or council discussions.
Yeah, so I would agree. I think that this is a great idea, especially, you know, with some of the points that were mentioned, you know, with the African-American graves and all of the things that were alluded to, the families, the 7 families that were pointed out here, to honor them as well. I do agree it's a great idea for a park, but I also agree with Reverend Wade. You know, why are we not doing this in the Greenwood area? You know, that it seems like it's the optimal place to put it for that community and to strengthen it and embolden it, right? Along those lines, Councilmember Albritton brings up a great point. You have the CRA that can assist in helping with that and maintaining it and taking care of its longevity instead of trying to just add it again to the Parks and Rec portion of our budget that's taking up so much already in a time where this council is trying to look at ways to cut costs from our budget. I just don't think adding another park like that is, it's going to be tough. It really is. I mean, we're trying to be cost conscious, and I think the CRA would be probably a really good fit for it, not to mention the neighborhood, as I said. So I agree with that, to definitely look at this proposal and look at a different location for it, because I think it is a great idea.
Okay, well, I'll weigh in. Yes, I would vote to postpone it, if a motion and second were made to postpone it, because, and then I've got prepared marks, you know, when we get to final vote, but I go back to what I've said before. they don't have to have this street closed to build the auditorium that they've been talking about for years. They don't even really, so we're not really approving that. And if they designed it the right way, they wouldn't even, it would be like a level 1 application just to get the permits to build it. They would not even need community development board of review, I don't think, to even build an auditorium. Now, the size, whatever they want to build, that's a different story. But this is a voluntary transaction. They offered they wanted the street closed, and that was shared by the city manager, all of us, and we said that we would be willing to consider that. We never agreed to do it. We agreed to consider it, but each of us had 5 different things we wanted in return for that, and I'll talk about that later, but this went on for a period of months, and I think the assumption was among some of us that I didn't know at the time there would be other community members interested in doing something like the proposal we've just gotten tonight. And to Councilmember Teixeira's point, really, this was only on our last agenda for council. It's only been advertised for just 30 days as of today. A lot of folks were surprised when it came up on our agenda last time. So I think it's a public street. I talked at the work session on Monday about, I use the street, a lot of people use it. The citizens of Clearwater, whether you live in downtown, or you work in downtown, or you live in countryside, it's the city citizens' street. And so I think if we are going to convey it, we can't just pick and choose who we're going to convey it to, just because they own the property on the east side and west side, without a fair opportunity for anyone else in the community or outside the community that wants to purchase the street or has a different proposal for it. So I'm sympathetic to the proposal tonight because, granted, it's been pointed out, the depictions are not the best, and they've admitted that, but they haven't had much time to really think about what proposal, because they didn't know that the street was available. They didn't know that we were talking about doing this tonight. So I would, again, I'm chairing the meeting, so I can't make a motion in a second, but I would vote to support postponing it to give others, including this group, a chance to make a proposal, because I think it ought to be open to the entire community to do something with that street.
Well, I'll make a motion to extend the time frame 60 days out, to give equal and fair chance for them to write a good proposal or someone else.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I have a question on that. So you're extending the time to accept proposals for 60 days? If we're starting to get many proposals, I think that we ought to have time to be able to digest what they are before we start bringing them up on the dais, and, you know what I mean?
Right.
This one.
I got
mean,
this 2 hours before we came here.
Yeah, like an hour and a half ago I started reading this, but I'd like to have a little more time to look through it.
So we need, the motion's been made. Before we go any further discussion, I need a second. So. Okay. If there's no second, then the motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. So we're back to discussing the agenda item as it's proposed.
Okay, I would make a motion to extend it 30 days, so we have time to look at it, and then we can schedule it into a council meeting shortly after that where we can decide on it.
Second.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we extend consideration,
Oh,
or
wait, he wants to talk.
we postpone consideration of this agenda item for 30 days to allow more proposals.
I do think it'll be important for the clerk to know exactly what the direction is. So I think the first question is the motion to postpone consideration of the item that's currently before you for 30 days? And if so, during that 30-day period, is the intent to open it up to other proposers, or is it primarily to digest the existing proposal that has come in? Because if it is the latter, and if the intention is to open it up to further proposals, then the question is, whether council wants to extend advertising. The advertising said April 3rd is the deadline. And so while the council could certainly make a motion tonight to extend the deadline, and I see no procedural problem with that, if you're going to go that direction, you may want to consider re-advertising, because you're not necessarily going to accomplish that objective unless you actually re-advertise. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think you have to, but if you extend it but don't re-advertise, you're probably not going to, you're going to just repeat the same thing 30 days from now, which is that people are going to say they didn't know anything about it, so.
So I'd like to amend my motion. I want to amend it.
She seconded, so is it okay? with you?
Because this proposal came in on time. We just haven't had a chance to really digest it yet. So I'm saying for this proposal, 30 days, we can discuss it. Staff can take a look at it, maybe give us CRA can look at it, maybe we can get some feedback on this before we go to make a decision on it. So I'm not open to any other proposals now because today's the date. But this one here, I would make a motion to extend 30 days so we can digest this one.
So it's an item on the agenda will be continued or postponed for 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. So we're not extending the.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there discussion for this?
Is it okay? His
So
amendment's
no
okay with the
extension, it's
second?
just for us to process this, or will they have a chance to have a conversation and improve, or?
Yeah, no, it's for this.
So
but
just this, nobody else gets a
nobody
chance?
else.
So I think,
That's all I can get,
let me
right?
confirm with the attorney, the motion should be to continue the item before council for 30 days.
I would agree that would be the form of the motion.
Yeah.
All right, second.
Okay, now we can discuss.
Now,
There's council discussion. So I'll go ahead and start. So listen, this is one of the reasons I got in government. And here we just did it when I brought up the fluoride issue that we're finally coming to later on in the evening. And 37-year-old who's got a good career, great life, and it's just frustrating to see government kick the can down the road. And that's exactly what we're doing here again, right? They got the proposal in on time, absolutely. We've had a very good authority within the neighborhood that we all know, Reverend Wade, point out that this isn't the right place for this proposal, that it should be in another neighborhood, to which a lot of us agreed on. And here we are making a motion to just digest this proposal for Garden Street. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it's definitely a little frustrating, and I will say this, in my mind, it's showing bad faith. Here we came, we sent city staff out to do a job. They came back with a good, in my opinion, a good contract, and we see things that are happening with downtown Cleveland Street. And now, in my opinion, I said it when I was running in all of the different forums, we see that there's roadblocks thrown up by Scientology and roadblocks thrown up by the city. I see this as a roadblock that the city's throwing up. So I just don't, you want stagnation in the city, this is the way to do it. And this is how it's going to continue. And I am not here for stagnation. I am here for progress and working. It is now known to me, Tracy McManus, everybody is familiar with Tracy McManus, asked me when I was running, did you know that Scientology or its parishioners owned 200 properties? No, I didn't. I did not. But when I had a meeting with the city manager and sat across from David Miscavige, he did tell me we own 200 properties. The Scientology are our parishioners. And guess what? When we had this meeting, all of those papers were still up in the windows. Everything was happening, or that was happening is still happening. After the meeting and seeing that we were going to allow staff to progress and try and make a deal, you started seeing things start to happen. So listen, I understand frustration, but for somebody who is a second-generation native that's lived here more than 10 years, that's lived here more than 15 years, it's been a ghost town for a long time, guys. So I'm just trying to say that this is government at its finest and kicking the can down the road. So it's very frustrating from my aspect to see just government doing that once again.
So please, let folks up here speak. Councilmember Menino.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you. To me, we could give 2 years to this proposal, and it can be an absolutely amazing park and cherish a legacy and remember so many amazing faces and souls from our African American and Greenwood community, which we all love so much. But Garden Street is not the answer. So to me, we can fight for this for as long as extra time is needed and build a better proposal. It's only 5 pages. If we could not have read it in the 2 hours we were given before, the 5 pages with a coloring book on the back, then I don't know what we're doing. We were.
I agree.
May I please? I think this is another example of government kicking the can down the road. I think it was afraid to make a decision. Nothing's going to change in the 30 days that you take to reevaluate a proposal that the majority of us just sat here and said this is not the right fit for it. So we're just pushing the stagnation down the road. The very reason that we're all emotional and upset and frustrated is the stagnation in our downtown. And here we are again, just prolonging it. What may seem like immense differences of opinions, I think we're all in this room truly connected and rooted in sincere compatibility, the desires to have a united Clearwater, the desires to have a developed and active downtown for all the citizens of Clearwater, a desire to protect our downtown. And I firmly feel that this deal that the city negotiated puts our citizens and our city in a better place for the future. You don't have to agree with me. And you're totally entitled to that. That's your opinion. I personally, some are going to say this is a long, exhausting night and they're over it. And how do you guys deal with that? This is refreshing to me. This is what government is about. Our community has begging for 30 or 40 years to be a part of these decisions, to come along with these, to stop doing backdoor discussions, to stop hiding behind a veil of secrecy and come out into the public. And this is what we're doing. And we're finally there. We are. There's no debating that we're not having these discussions in the open. You're seeing debate, uncomfortable debate in a very challenging situation in our community that everybody up here is uncomfortable having, and those before us were uncomfortable, and before them were uncomfortable too. But nothing is going to change in our community if we keep doing the same thing. Doing nothing gets us the same results that we're all complaining about. Do you give up? Do you give up on your downtown? I don't think 30 days does nothing. Do you give up on your downtown? I don't think.
Would you let the gentleman speak? He'll talk to you after the meeting.
I know, it's amazing that the free speech group is the one that doesn't let anybody speak.
He'll have a conversation with you anytime,
Ironic.
about any issue. Please he listened to all of you. Please let him speak.
Very ironic. I don't only listen, I take notes on every single one of you. I try to get your names and what your thoughts are and what your points were. I listen to you because I care. And I care about our community, and I care that we're finally in this place of dialogue and in the sunshine having these conversations. And whatever happens with this decision, if it gets kicked down the road because we're weak and we don't want to make decisions today and we just want to take time and see if something miraculous happens, nothing miraculous is going to happen until we take action in this community, right? Nothing is going to happen until we do something different. And it's unfortunate that we're in this same place. I think this was a good opportunity for the citizens of Clearwater, for a brighter future for Clearwater. I think the ball would have been in the church's court. The ball's in their court to say, come out in the sunshine, come show your presentation, show us timelines, show us plans, talk to our citizens about what you want. This was your opportunity to have that, and it still is 30 days down the road, but this is a new council with new ideas and a new, what some have called backbone, that finally wants to bring these two parties together and have conversations. But if you don't want to have them and we just want to stay stuck and binded by emotions and fear and frustrations, we'll get the same results. But I can promise you, I'm going to keep fighting for Clearwater. Tony, you and your family and all your downtown merchants, I'm going to keep fighting for you all. And I just hope that we can find a way to move Clearwater forward.
Someone, I guess you have a comment.
I need to address some of the comments that I've heard repeatedly, and I always try to ignore it 2 times, but when it's said 3 times, I always feel like I need to answer. I don't think of this as kicking the can down the road. I'm responding to the citizens feeling that they were blindsided. That's what I'm responding to. I don't feel it's weak. I don't think, I've been called many things, but weak is not one of them. I was not born in the United States, let alone in Clearwater, but I did choose this city, and I think that I have dedicated over a decade to this city. So let's not talk about, who's got more in the game and who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's just focus on the issues. The issue is, I feel, from what I'm hearing from the citizens, they feel blindsided. They feel rushed. The first time that this was discussed was on St. Patrick's Day in spring break on a Monday, which was not our regular scheduled meeting. So it's not kicking the can down the road. It is just giving the citizens a chance to respond, and I want to do that respectfully. In terms of wanting to do, we all care about downtown. Let's not do this, contest. It's just that I come up from a perspective that I've been down this road before. So this is actually doing the same thing over and over again. We have vacated land over and over and over again. And we've never received the activation that was promised. So I am deeply saddened that we have once again missed this opportunity as a city to negotiate a beneficial deal, in my mind, to walk away with a written activation agreement. That's what we all want. We want activation. And in terms of seeing progress with the building of the buildings, the Church of Scientology has proven over and over again that they can build beautiful buildings. It's what goes in it that makes it successful or not. If it is private, even though they're the highest paying taxpayer, we would have received more if it was an entity that actually sold goods and services. So it's not just building pretty buildings and the papers going down, it's what goes in it. And we already have turnkey properties that are ready to be rented, and there's no response when anyone calls to rent them. So an activation agreement to me is imperative. That's what our downtown needs. And I use the word our because it is both of ours. They're there, we're here, it's for everyone. We have repeatedly vacated land with hopes and verbal promises that activation would occur in return, and is yet to occur. We will be privatizing a public road in the very downtown we're trying to revitalize without considering the negative impact to the downtown of the future. Forever chasing this carrot. We have written agreements with every other entity. Why would this be different? This vacation request will further exacerbate the imbalance in our downtown, and I will not be in support of it. And as a matter of fact, I want to go on record and ask to be put on the agenda for exactly a year from now in the work session to re-examine what activation has occurred, what long-term leases have been signed.
Okay. We're discussing the motion to amend, by the way, so just.
Sorry.
We'll have a chance to say whatever we want to say about it, but right now, that's just, we're talking about the motion to
Right.
postpone, excuse me.
Right. And I don't want to be misconstrued here, because I don't think that this is the best fit for the Memorial Garden. But I think that I at least feel that we need to give it an opportunity for a good look-see here. We may end up supporting it, but it may end up being somewhere else. I like the idea. That's why I'm extending I'm asking for 30 days to look at this. If we decide in 30 days it's a great idea, but we can't afford it here where it is, we may find another spot for it. I'm just trying to get a window of opportunity to try to keep this alive, maybe go to the CRA and see what they can do, the North Greenwood CRA. I'm not in the same camp as my fellow council member, Lena. Because I think that really the best thing to happen is we need to give the first step in trying to do something different by making our town vibrant. You know, I've said this story many times before. I was born here. I've been here 74 years. When I was 12 years old, I would, as a kid, ride my bike downtown. It was very vibrant. It was better than any other city around because there were things happening. We had 3 movie theaters, everything downtown. Well, it wasn't Scientology that ran everybody out. It was expansionism in the 70s. They happened to come in after everything was gone and started to buy up property. Now, people see that as, oh, they're trying to take over. I know that they want a vibrant downtown as much as I want a vibrant downtown. And I know that they have made investment of millions of dollars in studies to do much more than the city could ever imagine doing right now. And I want to give that a chance to see if that can actually work. Now, many of my constituents oppose the city's collaboration with the church, even if it means sacrificing efforts to create a vibrant downtown. I understand that. I've got friends and family that are vehemently opposed to this. And I think we all do, because it's hard up here. I was elected for representing the best interests of our city, and not the individual wants and needs of each individual person, but what is best for the city. And I really think, you know, it's been over 50 years. Look what we got. You're all complaining about it. We have nothing. But you know what? I can tell you this. Now listen. You say, okay, the church owns all these buildings downtown and it's a ghost town. Well, you know what? They own the buildings, but you go to Clear Sky, you love it. You go to the downtown pizza, you love it. You go to Tequila's, that 400 block is filled all the time, even on weekdays. So they can be owners of buildings, but what they've done is they've bought up these properties for assemblage. And you as a developer would know this. You can't develop anything if you have small parcels. You've got to assemble them first to be able to make it opportune for a developer. And that's the reason they have done this. People think they're taking it over because they want their footprint to be all of Clearwater. That's not true. They haven't done anything with these buildings down there, extended leases, because they have plans to redo these buildings that are terrible buildings, by the way. I was a retired contractor, I've been in all of them, and they need to be torn down, most of them, because they're old. They're really old. They need to be, and they're spending, on 3 buildings, they're spending millions and millions to rebuild those. They probably should have just knocked them down, and they could have done a lot more with the money they're putting into it, but they're going to put restaurants and retail in there. I think that I believe in their plan. I want to give it a chance. So that's where I'm coming from right now. But I also think I like this Mac Dixon Memorial Garden. I think that they got it in on time. Today's the deadline. I think we need to have a little more time to look at this. And I was going to give it 30 days because it isn't going to affect the project for the Scientology. In 30 days, if we look at it and we find that it's not the best fit, then we can go ahead and do the second reading and vote on, on the property sale to Scientology, and it'll continue on. They're not getting this road until their building is completed. We're not doing the sale until their building's completed. So you'll still be able to use the road like you really want to use it, and you'll be able to park there, which you never do because I know you don't, but it's not something that's going to happen right away. So that's the reason I'm making this motion, 30 days to extend it for this one, the second proposal that came in, to give them a chance for us to actually assess it better than an hour and a half, okay?
I've had a chance to go first. So
I just figured you usually like to go last. So that's fine.
Well, I haven't had a chance to say anything.
Oh, I understand, sir.
So, yeah. So I don't want to give folks, wagon full when all you really need right at this point is a shovel full. So I'm going to stick to just this motion. I'm going to support it and vote for it because the word's been used that we have negotiated this. We haven't negotiated this. We have communicated to the city manager we would be willing to consider closing the street. Each of the five of us had things that we wanted in exchange for closing the street. We had different concerns, but this was not a negotiation. This was maybe 5 negotiations, but it was not one negotiation. And even if it was, the way we landed with our owning the street, it's only been with one party. It's not been like we would have if we were bidding this out or anything else we would do, soliciting bids, proposals, and then selecting the proposal, and then negotiating with the proposal that we selected. We haven't done that here. We've been talking outside the public's knowledge with one party. And I think it's fair, now that we know we have someone else from the community with a proposal, I think it's fair that we give them adequate time to refine their proposal, to talk to us about their proposal, because they have had, they offered to, or they expressed a desire to close the street almost a year ago. And so we've had all this time to talk about, well, what would you give us? What would your proposal be? This group that came in tonight they haven't even had 30 days to even pull together what their thoughts would be to do something different with the street. It's a public street. We need to let the public submit proposals to it if we're going to close it. Again, they don't have to close the street or ask the street to be closed. Their members use it for the flag building. I think that's most of the parking use along there is their members. They could build the beautiful auditorium on the lot they have now. But if they want to close the street, that's a commitment we need to make the public, to let the public make proposals. And we have just not, the public didn't even know about this until it came on our agenda for them to put proposals together. The other thing I would say is there's nothing to prevent Scientology from revising its proposal too, in response to what they've seen tonight, to see some other proposal too, to maybe make it better, arguably more valuable to the citizens of Clearwater. So I think the 30 days is fair to our citizens, our community, and to anyone else who might have a different proposal other than what's been presented to us. Because the talks have only been with one party, not with anybody in the community as a whole, and it's only been noticed for 30 days as of today. So that's the reason I will vote for postponement.
Council, to clarify in terms of what the impact will be for the continuation, so 30 days is actually Saturday, May 3rd, so the next council meeting would actually be May 15th. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that.
May 15th?
May 15th would be the next schedule.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Councilmember Albritton, I don't know if we've all agreed to this proposal being great, but in the wrong place. Why extending this motion to review it bears any credibility? Because we can take this wonderful proposal and the acknowledgments that it's getting to staff right now and start working with them and take it to the CRE without a 30-day extension to the agenda item that is here now. So that's that. And Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I feel like you're being a little disingenuous. We did not put this street out for bid. You are 1,000% correct. Scientology asked us to vacate it. That's what started this process. And that's when the city manager came to us and said, what are your thoughts on vacating Garden? To which we said, get your team, go talk. They brought together a sales contract and did the best they could between her 5 bosses to negotiate a deal. If that's not, if a sales contract and the other things that were followed within this aren't a negotiation, then you're gonna have to give me the definition of a negotiation. So I don't think that it's fair because we weren't looking to sell Garden to anybody. This was Scientology reaching out to us to vacate it. And you know what, to Councilmember Menino's point, like, this is healthy. I can't remember, if ever, this much debate in the sunshine has been talked about with Scientology. So if that doesn't show you that we are open and transparent to give you the most information that we legitimately have and trying to negotiate a clearly contentious avenue while trying to build on our downtown and make it better, I don't know what else you need to see, because everything's in the agenda item. We're openly discussing it. Countless times I've asked for the city attorney to go over the taxpayer-protected sales contract that we have. I'm glad that I'm here to sit in this seat and not be limited to the 3 minutes, because this is the exact reason why I ran for government. The frustration that I felt as a regular citizen that finally put me where I needed to be and worked my tail off to get where I'm at now, because this is government at its finest, and just kicking it down the road for something that it clearly wasn't in the very beginning of this. This was a requested vacation, which started a process. This was not a RFP. This was not, we don't like this street anymore, we want to erase it, and what businesses can come fill it. This is apples and oranges. So I'm sure I'm probably hurting a lot of feelings, but it needs to be said. It can't just stay not said. And from December we've known about this. So I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't.
Okay, thanks.
You done? No, I was just gonna, I've said enough already, and I think we're gonna talk about it again. I think with all due respect, it was a negotiation. There's no question that it wasn't a negotiation. The CEO of the city is the city manager, and she was in God knows how many negotiating meetings where she took every one of your assurances and conditions that we all wanted and put them all on one massive list and sat in front of the church and said, we want all of these. And they said, well, maybe yes, no, maybe no, and compiled that list to what they felt in the negotiations was a deal for them. And some of us got assurances and conditions that made us comfortable enough to say yes in a vote, and some of us didn't get those assurances we wanted, and that's okay. That's how negotiations work. But I don't think it's fair to distance yourselves so much from a negotiated deal that they asked if we could vacate it. All of us unanimously said yes, but they asked if we could have appraisals. All of us said yes, but. Am I okay? Oh, I thought you had something to say. All of us said yes, but, and then it was the level of assurance, and that's the only place we differed. So I think, I don't know, it's frustrating. I think you guys got an out. I think it was an easy out to take, and I get it. You are entitled that. Nobody was saying anything weak or strong or picking on anybody. You're entitled to your opinion. You have just as much of a vote as the next person, and I respect all of you for that. I just, I feel that we have to fully respect the process, be open and transparent with it, especially if we're going to continue to be open and transparent with it. And I look forward to 1 year seeing hopefully where we're at, and hopefully every time we get an opportunity on this dais, let's not do a North Beach update, but let's hold the church accountable and say what's next and what's the timeline and what are you working on and how are you helping the citizenry of Clearwater.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, so are we ready to vote on the motion? Okay. So motion's been up to the mayor. Yeah.
Just would want clarification in terms of what the steps are to clarify if we are negotiating or not, because that was the direction that I thought I received by all 5 of council. And so just to clarify, is that what I'm going to continue to do? Or are we going to do something different with that, just so that I'm clear on the direction from staff standpoint?
Well, I don't recall a meeting where we voted to give you authority to negotiate. I don't recall that happening. So when we're using the word negotiate, I want to make sure that we're using it the same way, we're saying the same thing. We did, each of us separately, not in an open meeting, but we did give you direction that we would be willing to consider it. I think all 5 did, according to what you shared with us,
Yes.
to talk with them about doing it. We've relied on the staff to tell us the process and city attorney about now. The city attorney is the one who raised, hey, this is a street we own. It's got to be more than just closing the street. But you've been going back and forth and talking. So we've got a different proposal. If they want to revise their proposal, that's fine. It's up to them to communicate what it is that they would be willing to do. That's all they've done to this point. We haven't reached an agreement. We haven't selected them. They have, and the folks who came tonight, they've got just as much right to make a proposal like they have. And so that's all you're doing, is communicating, what is your proposal? And they have made that proposal. They put it in the form of an agreement now, but that's all we're doing. We've never voted or even it till the last meeting addressed this as a body to give you direction to do anything or any authority to do anything. We've had private meetings, but not spoken as a body to do that. And you can't share with me or the other four what each one of us said outside the sunshine.
Correct.
So, look, we're just trying to move this along in a way that's fair to the folks who've come back, and the citizens have expressed. They just want a fair opportunity for alternative proposals to be considered.
Sure.
And that's what we're talking about here.
Yep.
Because we have not committed, we've not voted to say, we are only going to talk with this one group about purchasing the street.
Sure,
We have
no.
not done that. We've not considered that in a public meeting, and we have to, in order to give you any authority to negotiate with anybody. We've not done that.
So just direction in terms of how I'm going forward, because that's definitely not the direction that I was given individually. The direction I was given individually by all five of you, and the word negotiate was provided. And so that's why I just want to make sure, let's take the temperature now and see what it is that I'm supposed to be doing.
Can I? So, I'm not quite sure if there's nuances to the word negotiate that I'm missing. My understanding was she represents all five of us, we convey everything to her, and then she consolidates and gets the best deal. I got the short end of the stick, but that's okay, that's how the way it works. But I guess I'm misinterpreting the word negotiate. For me, she was negotiating, but not in an open forum, but she was having one-on-ones with us and getting everybody's requests and then consolidating it and negotiating. So what is it about the word negotiate that you and I are not getting together?
Well, I've been negotiating things for 34 years.
Right.
And I've never would I negotiate the way we have. I mean, you just do not get good result for your client when you're doing it the way we're doing it. She's essentially been negotiating for 5 individual members, taking each one of our 5 preferences and discussing with them. This is what they would like to see in a proposal. But we've not even had an agreement drafted and put into the record until a draft of the agreement until here, I guess it was this meeting in June, our work session came up, the actual agreement. So we've had nothing to look at, the 5 of us all together, to see what even the proposal is to this point. And when I'm saying, using the RFP, I was not saying this should have been an RFP bidding proposal. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that I understand what folks are saying here tonight because they have not had a chance to present maybe a different proposal for purchasing the street than what's been presented to us because they didn't know about it until recently. And to that extent, Scientology had a benefit of being able to talk with us through what we would want in exchange for closing the street, where others did not. And that's why I think it's fair to give them another 30 days. This proposal came.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the 30 days. I'm questioning what my role is from the body.
Okay.
Please.
Mayor, may I think it's a shame and disrespectful that we're sitting here questioning your role in the city. You are the CEO of the city. That is your job, that is your title, that is your duty, that's what you get paid to do. We have a city manager form of government. We don't have a strong mayor form of government, where anybody else other than you has the ability to negotiate. We don't sit in our individual meetings with anybody in the community, with the church, with the Girl Scouts of America, or with the Hyatt and negotiate. We don't have that ability. That's not our job, and it's not in our charter. So I would be careful as a body and as a council to erode the confidence in the form of government that we have, because the voters spoke loudly in the last referendum. They had the opportunity to speak to it, and their voices were heard in an election and said, we don't want a strong mayor form of government. We want a city manager form of government. So your direction from me is to continue to negotiate on the best behalf of the city and at the direction of your 5 bosses as a council. And I think you do a great job, and I appreciate the hard work you put into it.
Well, I would say that, as much as I appreciate City Manager, I've complimented her many times, she doesn't have a vote. The 5 of us make the decisions. The 5 of us, not city. She's not the CEO in that respect. She does not have decision-making authority to sell property.
Nobody said she had decision-making.
The 5 of us do. That's a council manager form of government. Instead of in the mayor's position, an elected person, we have 5 elected people that collectively make decisions like we're making. And she did her job, in this case, was communicating to us. Again, I'm not saying there's anything you did was wrong. I'm saying it's hard. I said this at the prior meeting. Hard to take 5 of us and negotiate 5, try to find some middle ground. That was very hard, herding cats in some respects to try to communicate. But that's all you're doing. You're trying to communicate with them what the 5 of us wanted so that they could make a proposal, which they did, that would get at least 3 of us to support it.
I understand what happened. I'm asking what the direction of the body is going from here with this motion and whatever the vote might be.
Well, we're gonna see. I guess we would want you to talk with this other group too.
So, to simplify this, I look at this extension as giving this organization 30 days to improve on their proposal because they were done under duress. And, you know, one of the things that I hear repeatedly is, what do you mean a city street's up for sale? Who knew? So the reason why we didn't get a lot of proposals is just the concept, the very concept of a public road in the downtown up for sale is something that many people can't imagine. So this group probably did it in a week. And so I'm not asking actually specifically for you to negotiate or anything, just to give that group an extension to improve on their proposal. Because according to them, they themselves have said that they were rushed and they did not provide the best of their ability. It's as simple as that. I'm not asking you to negotiate with going back to the church or anything. It's just a response to what I feel is a fair request. And that is for them to, you know, to give me a proposal that they would give me if they weren't under duress. That's all. But you are definitely the person who represents all 5 in this form of government. And you know, when I went to see David Miscavige, I insisted that you're there with me because I alone should not be there because I want you to be able to know what's going on, right? So did I clarify that at least for myself or no? Or did I just muddy the waters even more?
And we would come back in 30 days. I mean, if we feel like there's an alternative proposal, then I guess we would, if this is already an agenda item, we would vote against the proposal that's out there now from Scientology, and then the council would tell you that we're interested in this other proposal, and we would go from there. But I think we want more time. I mean, the motion is to take more time to consider what these folks are offering as an alternative.
And on May 15th, it gets voted up or down, or we continue with, it depends what's brought to us. I was blindsided by this an hour and a half, well, now 4 hours ago. I haven't seen this before, so, but as far as the city attorney says, they got it in on time, right? They got it in today. So my 30-day extension is for this, to get more information on this, and then maybe we have that as an agenda item, we talk about it, vote it up or down, go to the next one, because that's what we're extending. What is it, what are we doing, 8.2?
The motion is to extend this actual item, so the item will come back as written unless direction is given otherwise to staff.
Oh, 7.2, okay.
I think exactly what we said earlier, where we're kind of kicking the can. Let's move forward with this. Put your vote together. You have the vote. It sounds like you have the voices, and let's move forward so we can continue business.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The motion is to postpone for 30 days, at least 30 days, to the next meeting, which would be May 15th.
May 15th, correct.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. It would be the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember Teixeira voting in favor, and Councilmember Menino and Councilmember Cotton voting against. Okay?
Can I make a point of order, Mr. Mayor? And hopefully this will set some clarity. I'm going to make a motion to appoint our city manager to be the lead negotiator for the Garden Street Avenue project, talking to Scientology.
That should be an independent party.
I would amend that to point person.
Right, lead negotiator, point person.
She's already, she's been doing that.
But we just ran into this issue where she's been doing it, but she isn't doing it. So I'm making a
We
motion
can
to
consider
make her
that. We
the
can
lead
consider that.
negotiator in dealing with Garden Avenue with Scientology.
We can consider that on new business, I guess, at the end. I mean, this is not, that's not with respect to an agenda item.
Mr. Margolis, am I allowed to do a point of order and bring that to a motion?
I would not procedurally, I would not necessarily do it by point of order.
Okay.
You know, something that I do believe that it's germane, you know, I think, to the item. We haven't necessarily moved on. So potentially, a motion could be made at this time during the next 30 days or 40 days, whatever the new date was, 30-something days. A motion could be made, I believe, at this time to specifically authorize the city manager to conduct that negotiation. Just playing that out, though, for a second procedurally, if that motion were made, if that motion were to pass, you know, there's still a question of, well, what is it that's being negotiated? Because there is a proposal that is currently pending before the council.
Right.
And so if in fact the decision of the council is to make that motion, to give that express authority, I don't see anything wrong with that procedurally. I don't know if it would necessarily resolve the manager's question as to what the direction is to her. However, in terms of, well, what is it, what would you like her to negotiate during that
Are you wanting her to renegotiate? or-
I just want her to have clarity that she knows that when she goes in with our 5, as Councilmember Menino posted on or said it on Monday, warm and fuzzies, that she knows that she's coming from a position of strength from the city, talking on our behalf, that we all know what she's going in to talk about and try and formulate the best deal for the citizens and the taxpayers. So, you know, if we need to amend it to where it's not specifically to Scientology and just to the Garden Avenue motion, I don't know how we need to do that. But it seems like, as Councilmember Teixeira said, there's a lot of nuance in the term negotiate. So be the negotiator / point person, be the lead, whatever it is that we need to say in this government red tapes, that we're all here in the sunshine to let our citizens know that she is negotiating on the behalf of the city, bringing us back the information and trying to formulate the best deal to get something to pass, which is her job in the city manager form of government. So I'm trying to set clarity, because I'm not going to sit in front of these people and tell them I'm standing here for transparency and I was frustrated just like them, and then just let this go unattended. We need to make sure that these people know who's doing what job, what they're telling us, and when it comes to us in 30 days, these are the facts, these are the proposals, we know who negotiated it, and this is what we got. Let the chips fall where they may.
Slaughter's the real city manager.
So what's your motion? I don't understand what you're saying.
What is the term that I need to put it to where she would be the point person for all things South Garden Avenue over the next 30 days?
I think if Councilmember Conlon would like, I certainly think you make a motion to expressly authorize and perhaps even direct the city manager to conduct any of those discussions and negotiations. I do believe in all candor that because a specific proposal has already been presented to the council, if there is any desire from the council to either amend that proposal, modify it, et cetera, the manager's going to need to hear that from you. So that's the only thing I would.
And that's why I'm trying to say for all things Garden Avenue then, because this proposal, maybe within the 30 days, we get another one. Well, does she have to come back to us to negotiate?
I don't have a problem with that at all. I mean, that's what she's been doing now. She's been communicating.
Sir, with all due respect, you just said that's not what she's been doing. That's where we're so confused.
She's not been binding us. She doesn't have any authority to bind us. So she's been communicating with them, like she does on a lot of other things we give her direction. But that doesn't prevent you from communicating with them, me, Councilmember Teixeira, Vice Mayor, we can all communicate with them.
I don't know. I made a motion to try and bring clarity.
What's your motion? Repeat.
It's whatever the elementary school language I need to present to allow everybody in this room to understand that our city manager is going to be the point person for the rest of the Garden Avenue project. So if we've got Mac Dixon Memorial Garden, if we have Scientology, if we have Hilton Hotels come in, it's for that. Everyone here knows that she is the point person in negotiating. The information we give to her are warm and fuzzies, that she tries to articulate and put together the best contract for taxpayers. We all know that that's the person that did it, and when we get here, there can't be anything that, well, she wasn't negotiating. I mean,
That's what she's been doing. So, but if you're being succinct about what your motion is.
you First Amendment auditors are gonna have some awesome
Let's see if
content.
there's a second.
I'll second your motion, but I think it's sad that we're still going on with this, and we have a form of government in place that the voters already voted on. We have a system that's been working, and why we're even questioning what the word negotiate is versus communicate. It's eye-opening to me, and we have this form of government. That is our city manager. She negotiates on behalf of the direction of us 5 council members. She takes our input, brings it back, and we collectively do make a decision, and she's been negotiating since day one of her job as the city manager for the city. So why we even have to be at this point of making a motion and seconding and voting on her ability to negotiate when it's the job description and duties within our charter for a city manager? We're wasting time of all these citizens and taxpayers in here.
All right, so let's go.
There's a vote.
First, second, let's go.
So we've got a motion and a second. I'm not exactly sure what the motion is, but.
Yeah, I
I
second.
don't think you can
You
vote
got
on
it?
not knowing what a motion is, so.
I believe the motion is to authorize and direct the city manager to negotiate all items related to the Garden Avenue in the next 30 days.
Okay.
Next motion? Second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Yeah.
You can do your job.
Okay, so now we go to 8.2. Thanks. No, we 8.1.
8.2 we haven't done.
Oh, God, can we just?
It's a second reading.
Oh, but did they postpone it?
Oh, well, yes. So actually, this is postponed till May 15th because of the first motion.
So how many, all 8, 1 through 4? Or?
No, so you've already done the other items, but when it comes to 8.2, this one, no, I'm sorry, 8.1. 8.1 is the one that's contingent upon the last item, so this
So
one
now we're going to
automatically
8.2.
gets continued.
8 point. So agenda item 8.2.
All right, so I'll need a moment to pull up 8.2.
Sorry.
All good. All right, 8.2 is the second reading of annexation. I assume that's why most people came out this evening. So this is ordinance number 9814-25. You won't want to miss this. An ordinance of the city of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain real property located on the east side of Poinsettia Avenue, approximately 50 feet north of Idlewild Drive, whose post office address is 2039 Poinsettia Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, into the corporate limits of the city and redefining the boundary lines of the city, sorry, to include said addition, providing an effective date. Apologies.
Is there anyone
funnier than I
here?
thought.
Yeah, Laura? Okay. Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.2?
No, 8.2. 8.1 is continued.
Continued.
This is about the vacation street,
Yes,
Continued.
because the last item was already continued, that item was contingent upon that, so this doesn't get heard until May 15th.
It'll come back on again in 30 days. 30 days. No. This is the second reading of vacating street.
No, we are on 8.2 now. 8.1 was automatically continued because they continue 7.2 till May 15th.
So there won't be a second reading.
Not tonight, May 15th.
So next month will be a second reading.
Okay. Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.2? Okay, if there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 8.3.
Second.
8.2.
8.2.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 8.3.
This is ordinance number 9815-25. Unfortunately, ladies, I do need to concentrate on this. Ordinance number 9815-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain real property located on the east side of Poinsettia Avenue, approximately 50 feet north of Idlewild Drive, whose post office address is 2039. I'm sorry, Chris, you'll have to take it.
Where are you?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, just hit the funny bone. Whose post office address is, laughing is contagious, so sometimes that's all you can do. Located on the east side of Poinsettia Avenue, approximately 50 feet north of Idlewild Drive, whose post office address is 2039 Poinsettia Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the city of Clearwater as residential urban RU, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.3? Okay.
Is that
If there's none, is there a motion?
I got it here.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 8.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 8.4.
Ordinance number 9816-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the east side of Poinsettia Avenue, approximately 50 feet north of Idlewild Drive, whose post office address is 2039 Poinsettia Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation to the City of Clearwater's low-medium density residential LMDR, providing an effective date.
Okay. Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 8.4? If not, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 8.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to item 9, city manager reports. You have a report? Okay. Agenda item 10, city attorney reports.
Nothing at this time.
Okay. 11.1. Water treatment, Councilmember Cotton.
Yes, thank you all. So here, we've already had, and I have to thank the presenters that showed up. I have to definitely thank Dr. Latipo, the Department of Health, for coming and doing their presentations on Monday. I sincerely appreciate, their busy schedule. We're seeing them travel around a lot through the states and deal with the issue that is water fluoridation. So today I'm bringing forward something that demands immediate attention, the removal of fluoride from the city's water. This isn't about fear or fringe science, it's about facts, ethics, and taking responsibility for what we put into our bodies of our citizens, especially our children. Fluoride water was once celebrated as a public health win, That was decades ago. We now have clear data, better dental alternatives, and mounting evidence showing that the cost of continuing this practice isn't just outdated, but it's dangerous. So first I'm going to go into cognitive harm. We can see that back in 2024, an Obama-appointed federal court judge acknowledged a direct link between fluoride exposure and reduced IQ in children. This wasn't guesswork. It came from reviewing over 70 studies. A drop of such a magnitude for a child, on average, equals to roughly $24,000 loss in a lifetime of earnings. So multiply that across the country, and the damage is not just with neurological issues, but it becomes an economical one. There are over 200 peer-reviewed studies now confirming fluoride's neurotoxic effects. It's tied to reduced cognitive function, higher ADHD rates, and immeasurable damage when consumed during pregnancy and early childhood. One dose analysis reveals that every 0.28 milligrams a liter increase in maternal fluoride levels meant that a 1-point IQ drop was found in children. Keep in mind, our so-called safe levels is 0.7 milligrams a liter. That was 0.28 for the maternal fluoride levels, and safe level is 0.7. We also need to take into account formula-fed babies. The fluoridated areas are getting fluoride doses up to 100 times what's found in a mother's breast milk. Now going to the endocrine system, fluoride disrupts thyroid and insulin regulations. It's linked to hypothyroidism, which can further impair childhood development. On top of that, nearly 40% of U.S. teens, 40% of U.S. teens are showing signs of dental fluorosis, which is visible damage in their teeth from too much fluoride. We saw those pictures presented in one of the things on Monday. We can look at across the pond to Western Europe. 97% of Western Europe does not fluoridate their water, yet their rates of tooth decay have dropped just like ours. How? Because of the basic dental hygiene, brushing, flossing, and yes, fluoride in the toothpaste, not the water. The World Health Organization also shows the fact that Western Europe is showing children at 12 years old have the same dental fluorosis levels as that as the U.S. Again, they're not fluoridating their water. We still are. Then we get to the legal and ethical violations. As I stated, the 2024 court ruling wasn't vague. It declared fluoride at 0.7 milligrams an unreasonable risk. Again, an unreasonable risk to injury at 0.7. Federal court ruling, not political. Obama-appointed judge. Just want to, again, make sure we know that. This is about public health, not political affiliations. Here's the kicker. The fluoride used in water is classified as a drug by the FDA, but it's never been officially approved for ingestion. We literally are dosing the entire population without the consent of a prescription, without regulation, and without any way for individuals to opt out. There's no other drug that anybody administers in this way. It's literally just fluoride. And you know, I've already been on a soapbox about government, so I might as well just stay on another one. In my opinion, the FDA offshooting to the EPA at a lower level for fluoride is just another bureaucratic red tape that we see. The FDA says it's a drug. You can't just give it over to the FDA because it's a lower dose and say that, oh, well, at that level, it's not a drug. A drug is a drug. Fentanyl at 1 ml, fentanyl at 0.1 mLs, it's fentanyl. So I don't want to even get into that. It's ridiculous. There's better options out there. We now can go to the store and buy toothpaste, mouthwash, and dental varnishes that work just as well without systemic exposure. The thing here is you're getting fluoride throughout your entire body, affecting the areas which I've already talked about. So the bottom line is fluoride is mass medication without consent. I already alluded to, none of us up here are medical doctors. We should not be mass medicating our population. When we force every man, woman, and child in the city to ingest a drug every time they take a sip of water, this is not just the tap water in your home, when you go to a restaurant, when you go to take a shower, when you go anywhere in the county right now, you get water that is fluoridated. It is not just, oh, I see my tap, my faucet, and that's the only point of exposure. That is not it. Anywhere water is being utilized in the city of Clearwater, you're getting fluoride exposure. No dosage control, no opt-out, no approval process. That should disturb every one of us sitting here. The scientific community is sounding the alarm. The courts are catching up. Cities across the country, across our state, are starting to eliminate the toxic chemical. We don't need to wait for a federal government or our state to act. We were elected to lead, to make real, positive, and effective decisions for the people and businesses within our community. This is exactly why we're here. So let's show that we value the health, science, and individual rights, and let's vote to remove fluoride from our water. Before I concede to the public comment, I would also like to point out, because I know it's going to come up, that we are not going to be able to take care of all of Clearwater's water. And that's true. I already alluded to the fact that we're only going to be getting 67% of our population that we treat. But that's still 67% that we can take active measures now to get fluoride out of their water. It's not going to be cumbersome to any staff. It's literally, and I'm sure Rich can speak to this, once the process is out, we don't add more fluoride to a water, turn off the pumps, whatever it is, and then once that is out of the water system for the residents that we treat, it is done. I do recognize that there are parts of unincorporated Clearwater, 37% to be exact, that will still receive fluoride because it is county-treated water. But that doesn't, in my mind, eliminate us from not making a decision because we can't control the 37. Should we not do what's best for the almost 94,000 residents that we can make a true, genuine impact for, and then hope that in taking charge, that we'll see the other counties and cities in our area start to follow suit? Since November of '24, we've had 21 cities and counties across the state pass eliminating fluoride. One of the largest water district, Miami-Dade County, just this week, their council passed to eliminate fluoride in the water. I mean, as alluded to on Monday, there is a bill to eliminate fluoride. Why, again, we can take care of almost 95,000 people. Why wouldn't we do that? And then if the county or the state says, okay, we're passing this bill, great. Then the rest of the 37%, now you're not getting fluoride in your water. I just don't understand. Again, we're here to lead, to make decisions, and I think that we need to do that. I don't think we need to pass the buck to Tallahassee, or maybe, home rule is what we need to go to and just eliminate city governments, because what's the point of us if we can't make decisions? To that, session ends soon, but then it goes to the governor's desk and say something gets put on to the bill where fluoride's removed and the governor doesn't like it and he vetoes it. Now what? Do I bring this back up in June, July? Or do we just want to wait and kick the can down the road? I think that it's a real big thing now that we can make active change. Consent's a huge issue. I never have a choice to say, oh, I don't want fluoride in my water. However, we take fluoride out and I still want fluoride, I can go to the store and buy fluoridated water if I still choose that that is the best interest in my household. You can do that, just like I can go buy toothpaste and have more fluoride. So I really want us to really take a good hard look at this. Please, obviously this affects me more. I've got 2 young children. They're one of the vulnerable areas that is alluded to. And they're like fish. I told Rich this on Monday. They drink water like it's going out of style and it's coming out of my filtered, that doesn't take out fluoride, tap water in the kitchen, right? They're filling their Nalgene bottles all the time. So it might not be affecting you all because you don't have young kids, but technically it is affecting you because you're drinking the water, you're bathing in it, you're dining in restaurants that are utilizing it to cook your food and make your beverages. So I really challenge us to let's do what's not political, let's do what's right and eliminate fluoride for the citizens we can now. And I think that sends another resounding amount of support to the state of Tallahassee. Now we got 22 cities and municipalities and counties that are getting rid of fluoride. So I would really appreciate you guys if you could support me in this endeavor.
Okay. Anybody else before we take citizens' comments?
We can go to public comment, unless any of you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's get public
Yeah.
comment and then
Okay.
talk about it afterwards.
Okay, does anyone from the public desire to speak to this issue?
Council, before we move forward, not that I don't want public comment, but technically unless there's a motion on the floor, there
That's
is no
correct,
public
yeah.
comment.
Right.
So I just need a motion.
I make a motion to remove fluoride from Clearwater's water system.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, now we've got a motion, so we'll take public comment
What
first.
do I do? Just give it to me. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm sorry that I'm not a public speaker right off the bat. I'm not from here. I have a daughter that lives here. I have a son that just moved here with 2 grandkids that moved here. I know. It's important. I've stayed here for 4 hours with 2 kids that are hungry, sleepy. I couldn't have said it better, everything that you have said. I've suffered dental and bone from probably a lot of the fluoride in my own body. I'm fighting for these 2 kids and asking each one of you to start looking and start actually putting the younger generation first instead of what's for me, because without the younger generation, there's nothing. You know, we're gonna just fall apart as society. These love to bathe. I won't let them take a bath anymore because they're soaking it up. And not all of us can afford filters to begin with. And they're the most important part of our lives. And I'm asking each one of you to really think about it because as he just said, like I said, I'm not from here, but he just said, this is an easy fix. All you have to do is stop, you know. It's one more out and it does so much for their whole bodies not to have one more toxin to face. Because they're already facing a ton of toxins from the dyes to the air. It's everywhere. So this is one thing that you can simply fix. And if people want it, I don't care if they want it. Let them go down. Let them buy it. It's their choice. But don't force it on all of us to do this to them. Thank you. Come on, boys. Come on.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to clarify that whatever Erica got arrested, that was not me. I do not go protest, public spaces. I'm here to support Mr. Khan in what he's proposing. I'm a member of Unimex. We have a lot of community events going on. But I'm also the president of LULAC chapter in Pinellas. And LULAC, for those people that don't know, it's the League of United Latin American Citizens, which is the largest and oldest Hispanic and Latin American civil rights organization in the United States, founded in 1929. Just like you, I'm not a medical, I don't have any medical background, but I'm going to propose something, or I'm going to present a common sense approach from a personal analytical observation. So if we don't have this medical background, why have we allowed our local government to force mass medication on Clearwater residents? Because fluoride is considered and regulated as a drug by the FDA. And if that is the case, shouldn't our own medical providers be determining if we need this drug and the safe amount to consume? Also, fluoride used for public water is an artificially man-made fluoride that comes from the fertilizing industry that didn't know what to do with their toxic and hazardous waste that they produced when making fertilizers. They were not allowed to dump it in bodies of water nor land, so somehow they figured a way to sell it to local governments as a way to reduce cavities. How much does the city actually spend on fluoridating our public water? Because most cities that have now opted out are going to save around $20,000 a year. And it doesn't make sense that taxpayers have to pay for this, and on top of that have to pay to get a water filtration system to be able to somewhat block the fluoride. And this is a really disservice to minorities and low-income families because they're the ones that can't afford a filtration system. Next talking point would be, because as we have seen, there are dental practitioners on both sides. You've had them here too. And the dentists that are against fluoride are usually the Holistic and Natural Dentistry Office. We have one in Clearwater, we have one in Dunedin and St. Pete, And what they all have in common is that fluoride is harmful. They believe that fluoride actually degrades teeth and bones when consumed because it is highly acidic, so your body breaks down bones and teeth to use their calcium to mitigate the acidic toxic effects of fluoride. This happens because your body cannot let your blood's pH fluctuate even slightly, leading to tooth decay and osteoporosis. So imagine if more Clearwater residents learned this information. We'd have this room full of protesters. What I have learned from comparing the natural ones than the average common dentist is that one focuses on practically just the teeth area, while the holistic ones focus on the whole body. And like I said, I went to one the other day.
Thank you.
But I have like 5 minutes.
No,
I gave
you gave
multiple
me
cards.
one card, but you just gave me a stack of other individuals. You didn't tell me you were
Oh.
doing a group
Yes.
speaker.
Oh, no, I put different ones. I didn't know how to do a group
it's one card, so they have to sign, so
I have other people to give me their minutes.
So, to be clear, so you gave me James Santiago.
Yes, he's right over there.
Where is he? He's the child?
Yes. Michelle and Angie Willis, she's an adult.
Hold on. Angie Willis, Michelle, and Mr. Culver?
And Mr. Culver.
Okay, so everybody understands you are giving up your 3 minutes so that she can have, okay.
And back to the holistic dentistry, how they work, which is something that I never saw with the regular dentists, is they tell you how each tooth is connected to some part of your body, some organ of your body, some other area. So that's a main difference between a holistic dentist and the regular ones. Okay, sorry, this threw me off a little bit, the beat. So it's almost the same as organic foods and GMO foods. It's a similar comparison. And so if you want fluoride, almost all your generic brands have fluoride, and they're so cheap. They're $1. I give my kids fluoride-free toothpaste, it's $5. And if you read the label on the back, it says, keep out of the reach of children under 6 years of age. If more than used for brushing is accidentally swallowed, get medical help or contact a poison control center right away. This doesn't have that warning on there. So people that only listen to commercials versus research, when you do your research, you realize that science has been frequently manipulated and misrepresented to serve an essentially political end, which ends up being always about the money. We have to remind ourselves that doctors don't always get it right. In the US, medical errors or malpractice are a significant cause of death, which estimates between 250,000 to 400,000 deaths annually, making them among the top 3 leading causes of death after heart disease and cancer. Like in year 2020, we have to be open-minded about dentists and scientists making mistakes, and fluoride in our water is a huge mistake that comes at a high price tag on our health and the people's trust. And that's something else I wanted to touch base on. People don't trust, a lot of people don't trust the healthcare system in America, especially Latinos that are able to travel back and forth to Mexico. Guess what? When we get sick or we have some dental issue, what do? We take a flight to our country and get our medical, service over there because we know that it's probably going to be a better service and we're going to get a huge discount. Here, you come back with that notion, realizing it's all about money here. So if you really want to gain the people's trust, give them the opportunity to opt out. And I know some of you may be pro-life. It doesn't make sense to be pro-life and yet allow for this to continue to affect especially the most vulnerable, which is the unborn and small children. And let me show you this book, The Case Against Fluoride. It has a lot of information, and it says, The Case Against Fluoride, how hazardous waste ended up in our drinking water and the bad science and powerful politics that kept it there. And I'm just gonna finish with this and say a little sentence here that says, on ethical grounds, water fluoridation never should have been started. And on scientific grounds, it should be ended as soon as possible. Because these are doctors that wrote this book to let people know from personal experiences and from scientific study how their health improved by just eliminating fluoride in their water. And please don't leave it to the state. It sends a message of disservice to the voters that elected you, thinking you would stand for them to defend their right to choose what is best for their health. And That's it, sorry. I get nervous when I talk. Mr. Cotton, thank you so much for this.
Thank you,
but,
thank you. Next speaker, please, yeah, thank you.
But please look into the people
Thank you.
that rent, that were former tenants
And
of those
we
units.
love you, but we gotta get other
You might
folks-
change your mind.
You're preventing other folks from getting up there, so come on up there, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Forgive me if I'm shaking. I'm so cold, my toes are blue, so I'm going to make this as quick as I can. I am here, talk louder. Sorry, I'm too short for this.
You can pull it down.
I second
Pull it
everything
down.
that Mr. Cotton said. I appreciate everything that he laid out scientifically. I back that 100% based on my own research and my own experience. My name is Jonah. I'm a resident here of Clearwater. I live in Harbor Oaks, and I also own a business here. I have a manufacturing company. One of the products that we make is cold plunges. And so we do a lot of water filtration. We had to actually build our own system because the water that we use is so disgusting. And that's not really an insult to the city of Clearwater specifically. This obviously applies to pretty much every city around the world, or at least in our country. The water is gross. So if you're healing and sitting in a cold plunge, you do not want to be absorbing the nasty toxins that are floating around in the city water. You probably know that also because my guess is that most of you have expensive cleaning filtration systems on your home as well. You don't want to drink it, you don't want your kids drinking it, you don't want to be soaking it in your skin in your bath. Most people don't necessarily have the means for that like you and I would. So I think that where there's a risk, which you pointed out, there must be a choice. So I would implore you all to please eliminate the fluoride that is in the water system so that we can be a little bit healthier. And also, please, next time, the only thing I will also say is if there is anything Scientology related on the agenda, please push it to the end for the rest of us. No, thank you. Well, it won't be on the federal or state level, please. We know how unreliable they are as well. So if you could also just make that a local issue and vote now, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting us speak. I really appreciate that. My name is Valerie, and I am a local resident here in Clearwater. I've been here for about 10 and a half years now, and I'm very holistic-minded, have been my whole life, and I actually believe in this wholeheartedly as I've been here since 6 o'clock with my 91-year young mother. We have had no water, we have had no dinner, and I believe in this so strongly that I have stayed here so that I could speak and tell you how much I believe in not having fluoride in our water. I totally am so grateful for you, Mr. Cotton, and for what you have shared and what you are doing, what you can to get everybody here to understand how important it is to get rid of the fluoride. My mother just recently moved here with me from Idaho, and my sister is from a very small town in Idaho. That's where she lived, and they had not a spring, but they had a well. So she didn't have to worry about her water. But where I live, we have a shower filter that hopefully gets rid of the fluoride, but it's very difficult to have a filter strong enough to do that in our shower. But in the kitchen and in the bathroom, it's just regular tap water. And I can't get her to realize how bad the tap water is because she's so used to being somewhere where she doesn't have to worry about the water. So now she's brushing her teeth with this horrible tap water. She's using it on her hands and her face. I mean, I won't brush my teeth other than going and using the shower water because I know how bad fluoride is. So anyway, I implore you to please, please do make the right decision, and please don't make this go to the state and make it local. Make the decision here, and please, for the health of everybody, it doesn't matter how young we are, how old we are. I've never had my kids get fluoride. I have 2 boys. I haven't had fluoride. She has not had fluoride. We're very healthy people. And this is just putting more microtoxins, more toxicity into our bodies. And like many of the other people have said here already, I mean, we are already exposed to so many horrible things that we don't have any control of. This is something that you can make a decision on that will help the health of everybody, even animals, I mean, anybody, because nobody should have to be forced to have this without making the decision on their own. Like everybody, several people have said, you know, we can buy it if we want to in our, you know, toothpaste or whatever, or pick a dentist that wants to do that kind of thing. I pick holistic dentists that don't do anything like that, that believe in the whole body, because everything is so connected. So if you don't know about it and you know, didn't understand some of the things that Mr. Cotton was saying, please,
Thank you, ma'am.
you know,
Appreciate
educate
you.
yourself.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Next speaker, please. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Dan Mullett, and I am speaking, Dr. Dan Mullett, and I'm speaking on behalf of continuing the fluoridation for this city. I first of all want to let the other citizens know how heartfelt I feel about their fears and concerns about fluoride and about their children and making sure that they're growing up healthy and safe and so forth. But I ran across this quote recently. It says, "The human tendency is to accept information because it's either what we want or what we fear." And sadly, there's a lot of people out there who want us to fear what's going on with fluoride. First of all, fluoride is a mineral. It is in our waters because the rainwater flows down through the rocks, and that fluoride leaches out into the system, into our drinking water all over the world. And if we did not have fluoride added to our water, a small amount of fluoride added to our water by the city of Clearwater, the water that we receive from Starkey Wilderness area, Pasco County, there is fluoride in that water. And it's not something that is weird or different because of Clearwater. It's all over the world. The city of Jacksonville has 1 part per million of fluoride naturally occurring. Areas in the southwestern United States have 2 to 4 parts per million. And a lot of the purported concerns that these, quote, scientific studies talk about, whether it be ADHD or lowered IQ or birth issues or some of the other things that are going on, if in fact that was the case, we would expect to see pockets of areas where there would be significantly lower IQ, like in the southwestern United States, or in Jacksonville, Florida, or in India, or in China, or in Australia. These are places where the natural fluoride occurs. And I just wanted to remind you all that this is not some new crazy drug that we're putting in. It's part of our water that's all around. We are simply elevating it to a level that's effective to be able to help teeth and help our young people grow up without the problems of tooth decay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Next speaker.
Good evening. It's well past my bedtime, so I apologize. I'm a bit tired. I'm sure you all are. Thank you for staying. My name is Dr. Kayana Beckman. I'm a holistic dentist in Clearwater, and I have never been for fluoride. I stand against it entirely. It is a neurotoxin, and everything that Mr. Cotton has said is true. I finished first in my class in molecular microbiology. I finished fourth in my class from University of Florida, so I say that not to brag, but to let you know that I'm not a dummy, okay? I've done my research, I've read everything, I've, read everything that was sent out for this evening. And I think what's startling, and you can all read what was sent out by Mr. Cotton as well, I don't need to reiterate these facts, but that's what they are, they're facts. And my colleagues don't do the research. That's what's interesting to me. When I go around and talk to my colleagues and ask them what their opinions are about fluoride, I'm really startled to see what they tell me. They really don't know. They're kind of given spoon-fed information in dental school, and they don't really do the research themselves, and it's kind of startling. And the research has changed. I mean, we've been fluoridating water for over 70 years, and the truth is that we used to do twice as much as what we're recommending now. So we've been poisoning people for 70 years, and now we're saying, well, we'll back it off a little bit, but trust us, we've got it right this time. And I don't think we do. There's many other ways to get fluoride. There's many other ways to fix tooth decay. And I gotta be honest, tooth decay is just as rampant now as it's always been. It's not fixing anything. And there's other things that people can use, nanohydroxyapatite. There's other things that are much more powerful than fluoride. If people truly do have an issue, there are ways to fix it besides forcing them to drink it in their water. So I would really encourage you to vote against keeping fluoride in our water. It's not helping anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah.
I know it's late, so I'll try to go quick. Good evening, everybody. My name is Hillary Colson. I'm a resident and homeowner here in the city of Clearwater. I'm a second-generation Floridian, born right down the street at Morton Plant, and I have called Clearwater my home my whole life. I have spent nearly 20 years working in water treatment. In my professional experience, I've gained a deep understanding of what is actually in our water, and as a mother, I've taken an even closer look as to the substances that we're exposing ourselves and our families to. I respectfully wanted to ask you guys tonight to please vote no to fluoridating Clearwater. As a side note, the fluoride that is in the water that we are fluoridating with is not the naturally occurring fluoride that you get when the water rains down. In 2017, a review published in the Lancet Neurology classified fluoride as a neurotoxin with adverse effects on brain development in young children. Other studies have linked fluoride exposure to lower IQ levels, thyroid dysfunction, bone fractures, kidney damage, and skeletal fluorosis. These are not theoretical risks. They are well-documented consequences that must be carefully weighed against any purported benefits. The evidence supporting systemic benefits is questionable, but the most compelling research indicates fluoride's most effective use is topically, not when ingested. There's a reason that you spit out your toothpaste. Think of it this way, a critical flaw in the scenario is the inability to control the exact dose of fluoride and how individuals are exposed to it, because the level of fluoride that you're actually consuming varies greatly based on how much water you're actually drinking. Respectfully, if the concern is to truly prevent dental cavities in our community, there are more practical and less intrusive approaches. Instead of adding fluoride to the public water supply, perhaps you could consider donating fluoridated toothpaste to those in need. Additionally, as someone who deals in water treatment, I feel compelled to add that one of the most significant issues with fluoridation is the difficulty in removing it from Florida water for people who don't need it or don't want it. Standard water filtration systems don't cut it. You need a specialized reverse osmosis system, which is not feasible for many households. We are left with limited options, forcing us to choose between our health and our finances. The health and the rights of Clearwater residents must be prioritized. I believe that ending water fluoridation is the right decision for our community. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, you go. Come ahead. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sarah McWhorter. I am a mother, and I am not afraid. I'm actually very empowered to stand here in front of you guys today to ask you to please end the toxic byproduct of the fertilizer industry that is parading as fluoride in our water system that we have no consent over, as it's used as a medical treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for sticking this out with us tonight. I'm here to request an end to water fluoridation, just like all the other folks in here, and thank you so much, Councilmember Cotton, for bringing this up. I think you can really get in the weeds on this issue, can't you? You get fire hosed with all this information. Is it safe and effective? Is it dangerous? I don't really know that it matters, because at the end of the day, it's forced medicine, like everyone has mentioned. If even one iota of the JAMA studies or the Surgeon General guidance studies, Dr. Mallon, the Harvard study, any of that's possibly true, there's risk. And like someone said, where there is risk, there must be choice. As they said, fluoride is considered a drug in which we cannot control the dose. It's like, is it safe? Yeah. Well, how much is in it? 0.7 parts per million. Well, how much can I drink? Nobody knows. What about a 300-pound man? What about an infant? An elderly person with a kidney condition? This is the only thing that I can't opt out of. You know, we would never add Prozac or statins to the water as a one-size-fits-all. That'd be crazy because we wouldn't know how to dictate who should get how much. During COVID, I think we realized that mandates just don't work out. Medical mandates don't work out for people. It's not the way to handle things. And if fluoride's primary benefits are topical on the front of the teeth, why are we ingesting it, where it's going to our organs, into our brain? We don't add a natural mineral. We do add a chemical waste from the phosphate industry, as has been said. It gets very muddied because there is naturally occurring water, but we do add something with a skull and crossbones, and I've had water directors tell me that they'd like to do away with it because it's a terrifying acid, is how they actually describe it. As we've heard tonight, there's 40 counties in Florida that do not add fluoride, and 95% of the world doesn't add fluoride to their water. This country is actually the one that does it the most. And you got to look at it. There's not a dental crisis in 95% of the world. The entire country of Japan doesn't have rotting teeth. They don't have fluoride. So the idea that the sky's going to fall, our teeth are going to rot if we stop is just not valid. Fluoride began back when doctors were on TV selling us cigarettes. Remember that? That's crazy stuff. I think times change, science evolves, and there's no longer a need to force medicate residents with something linked to so many growing health concerns. Last but not least, I do just want to emphasize, I think the most important part of the speech is we gotta just not wait on the state. We should do it now. Let's make a decision. Let's be brave. You know, if they're gonna take away local control because we can't make difficult decisions, that's not what we want. So let's utilize our local control. Let's honor personal choice, and let's end water fluoridation today. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker, please. Yeah, thank you.
How's it going? My name is Austin. Thank you guys for staying so long. I can't imagine. All right, so I'm doing something a little different for you guys. I wrote a poem. All right, so how did this happen? Don't worry, I got you. This one's on me. Fertilizer manufacturers had to dispose of waste, so they can't con me. Hydrofluorosilicic acid literally eats through concrete, and they want to give it to babies that don't even got teeth. Some people can't see past the money. I guess it's optical. Conflating ingestion and topical, I find it comical. Steady omitting the facts, it's super annoying. I tend to be pretty direct. I might start pointing, but pointing fingers is pointless, and I don't want us to miss what the point is. You can't medicate us without our consent. Let me remind you that you were appointed. I say medicate, but fluoride is a neurotoxin, so that really just means it's a poison that's been proven to lower IQ, and that's the part that people are always avoiding. This is really just a meeting about freedom of choice, but apparently some people misunderstood the appointment. Who made the government God? I must have missed when they got anointed. They're supposed to work for us. Maybe we should terminate the employment. Pretending they know it won't damage the brains of the babies, I promise that they're not clairvoyant. We got to speak up for the ones in the womb because they're just sitting there voiceless. I hope this gets under your skin like a splinter. I don't care if it offends you. Fluoride passes right through the placenta, and there's not a blood-brain barrier, so it goes straight to the brain like a concussion. Involuntary consumption. It's insane this is even up for discussion. They poison our children with no repercussions. Yeah, and I guess I have a little bit more time. Obviously, I think it's, my honest opinion is it's like insane that we're even discussing this. Most of the world knows it's like incredibly archaic and primitive. It was a disastrous situation for them to get rid of this waste. They couldn't get rid of the waste. It was eating through everything. They couldn't put it in the ground, couldn't put it in the water. That's all there is to it. And really, I will use this last minute actually, it's the pregnant women and the babies that you should really think about what that's doing to. There's no legitimate studies even showing that that could possibly be safe. There's no legitimate studies even trying to show that that's safe. And so the fluoride actually builds up in the bones while the skeletal structure is being developed in the womb. There's no blood-brain barrier till the earliest of 8 weeks. It actually accumulates in the brain as well. So we are possibly just destroying the development of these babies, and they're just defenseless sitting there, can't say anything about it. So I would say there is no justification for keeping this in our water, and I would really appreciate it if you guys go ahead and take a step forward and remove it before waiting on the state. Thank you guys for your time.
Next speaker, please. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I had an opportunity to send an email to you guys in December, and
Mr. Cotton replied to me, so I had a nice opportunity to chat with him. I'm here tonight to express my feelings that we should discontinue the practice of fluorinating water. I speak this on behalf of my daughter, Julia. She has epilepsy and neurological disease, and she can't speak for herself. So we go to great lengths to protect her. And as people have mentioned, it's literally impossible to filter fluoride out of your water unless you have a lot of technology, and that's beyond the scope of our capacity. So I want to just ask you to think about the people out there that can't speak for themselves and that need this extra support for protection. The last point I'd like to bring up is Mr. Cotton mentioned the risk of delay, pushing this out, letting the state deal with this. I did some calculations, and I made a calculation that approximately 8 babies are born a day that could be living in the Clearwater area. So when you think about that, on the flip side of that is that there's also mothers that are conceiving or mothers that are in gestation of their babies during those every day. So this could be very impactful, the decisions you make about fluoride for the next generation, not only for the generation as my daughter who can't speak for herself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Rudy Michaelette, Mr. Mayor and council members. Yeah, it's been a long day. After the work session on Monday, I'm not a researcher myself. I've been in healthcare for 30, 40 years. So I called up one of the best sources that I have, my sister. And my sister is a PhD in microbiology. She's worked, interestingly enough, in the area of fluoride. Teeth is in the School of Medicine and Dentistry at the University of Alabama. And so I called her up to ask for her opinion because there are a lot of research items out there. There are a lot of different reports and outcomes from those. And she would support having fluoride in the water, but at the proper levels and not to be outrageous. We know that from conversations that a number of the health organizations talk about a 0.5 to a 1.2, I believe it is. The recommended level is a 0.7. I understand that Clearwater is at a 0.5, I think is true. And so with that in mind, the studies that my sister has been involved in had to do with cavity and dental, oral health and so forth. I said, well, gee whiz, what about the toothpaste now? Because they have fluoride in it. She says, not enough, and it's not on the teeth long enough in order to be absorbed to give strength to the teeth themselves. She did point out very directly that yes, high amounts of fluoride can cause issues and can cause danger and can cause damage. And that has to be continually monitored and observed so as not to cause the difficulties that may happen in some other circumstances. Say, for instance, if there's a natural fluidity in the water already before it actually goes through the systems. So I would just bring that to your attention, ask for your thought process, and again, to the extent that the state is already looking at it, I think that's an avenue to see what the state does, because I'm sure part of their investigation is greater into the research levels, and they have much more resources in order to look at what would be in the best interest of the people of the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here desire to speak to this agenda and to the motion? Okay, if not, then we'll have council discussion.
look at me.
I'll open it up again, but I already.
No, you spoke enough on
It's your
this.
motion.
Oh, I'll say it.
I know. I've dove deep into this because this has been on our plate for well over a month now, and we've received so many emails and studies of studies and feedback. And I, first of all, greatly appreciate all of you sitting through the 4 hours of what looked like a circus. And we're all obviously very passionate when it comes to children and babies. What keeps me so on the fence with this and touches me personally is I'm going to be a grandfather soon. My daughter is 21 weeks pregnant as we speak and sit here today and have this discussion. I asked her if while she's been at all of her Baycare specialists and doctors, have anyone told her things she should not eat and should not take? And she said, oh my gosh, Dad, they gave me like 7 pages of things I cannot eat, I cannot drink, I cannot take. It's amazing that the list of what I can do is smaller than the list of what I can't. And she said that nowhere on any of those 7 pages does it identify or ask about her water system, about if there's fluoride in her water or not. And this is at Baycare, so that, obviously caused me to hesitate a little bit. Tony and Jessica of Nash Keys were in here. We just saw her toting around her adorable, beautiful little baby. I think the baby is just a handful of weeks old. I asked her last night what her opinion was, or if any doctors anywhere through that process mentioned anything to her about the concerns. And she said no, not one doctor, not one specialist, as she carried that baby for 9 months, had one concern for her, raised one question regarding where she lived, the water system, and the water fluoridation. So that caused me to kind of, pause a little bit. But the other side is true. And when Dr. Latipo was in here and he said, take all those studies and all of that scientific information and just, if one of them is correct, right? If just one of them is correct, then it's a problem, right? So that is extremely hard. I did research like everyone else did, and I looked at what Johns Hopkins says and what the Mayo Clinic says and what World Health Organization says and what the Academy of Pediatrics said. And as of today, all of those, from what I saw, say that as long as it's at that safe level, and I think that's where we're having this problem with science, is identifying that sweet spot of what is truly a safe level. Is there a safe level? We had a presentation where they talked about 1.5 and higher in studies, and Clearwater's a third of that, so I don't know how applicable that is. Mr. Cotton, your passion on this issue is admired, and when I do this research and study, I truly think of your adorable babies and your children, and I would give my life for them if I could. I care that much about your family, and this is a tough and serious issue. I think what gives me true pause on making a definitive decision is the fact that there are 2 bills of legislation in Tallahassee, and House Bill 651 and Senate Bill 700 are currently being legislated. By May 2nd, you'll have a decision. And from what I hear from Tallahassee, it looks like it's rolling, that it'll be a statewide mandate. Do we know anything happens in Tallahassee overnight? So we don't know. And then I have an issue with making this decision tonight when we necessarily do not have to, because we have a May 2nd legislation with 37% of our water connected through the county. And now we're making a decision to remove that water for just over a third of our population, the fluoride from it. We're not, as some said, please help the health of everybody. And we don't have that ability to sit here today and make that decision of the health to help everybody. That's in, unfortunately, the state legislation, and then our county, and fold down to us, can do that. So the intertwined water system with the county causes me to pause on it. So I truly am, I've wrestled with this, and I've prayed extensively on this for guidance on it, and this is really a tough decision that weighs on me. Sorry.
Done. Councilmember Teixeira.
Yeah, so you hit like all my notes. So-
I read them beforehand.
Yeah, you read them. So it's good because it's less I can speak about. So the point about the lawmakers dealing with this in Tallahassee, I think is a valid point. And I also feel unsettled with the fact that even if we do ban it, we're only banning it to a portion of our citizens. And so then I started thinking, well, how many of those citizens want it in the water? And the ones that are going to have it in the water don't want it. And so I do feel the same way. I echo a lot of your sentiments, Councilmember Menino. And I want to thank everyone that's reached out to me in various ways, communicating their views, and this is definitely polarizing. But at the end of the day, when I have to make a decision, I need to rely on my medical background, on my education, and my professional experience, which includes owning a clinical trial company. And so for me, it is golden standard that I look at only controlled, randomized trials with verifiable methodology, and it's very important, and which can be replicated. And so, even listening to both sides, I still have to rely on what I know, what is my reality and my experience. And I need to follow, if I have to choose to follow any organizational recommendations, then it would be the American Dental Association, the American Medical Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry, World Health Organization, as well as National Academy of Sciences, just to name a few. These are organizations that, as someone who has a clinical trial company, I value their credibility. So if push comes to shove, I have to make a decision, that is the decision, I'm going to rely on that.
Vice Mayor.
Well, water fluoridation has been a public health measure for decades, aiming to reduce both tooth decay and improve oral health. However, as heard tonight, it has benefits and concerns like any policy. However, concerns exist. There are debates on other health issues and personal choice. Some believe that adding fluoride to public water removes personal consent. Additionally, while some studies confirm its safety, others worry about its long-term effects. Ultimately, water fluoridation balances public health benefits and individual concerns. Science has yet to figure out the cause of many health issues today. Considering this issue, relying on science while respecting different perspectives is essential. But whose science? Each side of this debate firmly believes in the validity of its own scientific claims while rejecting the evidence presented by the opposing viewpoint. Every person has a unique biology that affects how they respond to drugs, chemicals, and even fluoride in the water. There's a balance between broad benefits and individual variability. However, the long-term effects of fluoride ingestion are not well understood enough for me to feel comfortable continuing to add it to our water. I'm going to vote to remove fluoride because we should not force a drug on people without their consent. Perhaps the money saved by not adding fluoride to our water could be used to provide toothpaste and mouthwash to those in need.
All right. So I guess I'll go, and then if you want to make comment, follow up, fun. So I want to thank everybody that came here tonight, sharing your thoughts, and I've tried really hard, even though it was a lot of mails, to thank everyone who wrote to me, both for taking it out and for leaving it in. Just to thank you for sharing your thoughts. I read every one of them. Whether or not I got to respond back to you or reply back to you or not, I don't know if I did, because there were a lot of them. But I tried to respond, and I do appreciate your impact. I did ask when folks would write to me, they'd say, hey, I'm a resident. Some did say resident of Clearwater, some said I'm a resident of Pinellas County. And I did try to clarify for folks what, I think Councilmember Cotton, you said earlier, that incorporated within the city limits of Clearwater, incorporated Clearwater, and there's a difference. A lot of people don't understand, just because you have a Clearwater address doesn't mean you're a Clearwater citizen. You don't live within the city limits. There are thousands upon thousands of people who have a Clearwater address who don't get city services, including City of Clearwater water. If you are an unincorporated Clearwater, you get county water, and it has fluoride added. So folks who are writing to me had a concern about it. I want to make sure that they understood who was providing their water. So if they were concerned about fluoride, that they would respond to the county or reach out to the county on it. And as was pointed out earlier, we are lucky. We do have our own wells in Clearwater. A lot of municipalities in this region do not, but we do. And so we are able to add this to about a little over 60% of the water that we produce from Clearwater wells. That's not enough to take care of all of the citizens within, really customers, because it's an enterprise fund who get their water through user fees through the city of Clearwater. So we have to buy 39% of our water from the county, which is going to be fluoridated, even if we decide to take it out. So it seems to me that, you know, we would want to address this, we're going to address it as a municipality, because how much water we buy from the county anyway. How many folks in Clearwater have a Clearwater address but aren't getting their water from us, they're getting their water from the county anyway, that we would address it, we're going to address it in conjunction with the county addressing it. And I don't think the county has any plans to address it immediately. I pointed out when the Surgeon General was here the other day, which I appreciate him coming to talk about it, and it's been pointed out that the state is considering, but the state highly regulates our water. Like, you know, arsenic, chlorine, everything. They highly regulate drinking water. And so although I've learned a whole lot about fluoride in our water here and putting it in, I am by no means an expert in it. And I really would like to see the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which already highly regulates our water, the experts, and that's why we let them regulate it, tell us whether or not this is safe or unsafe. Because to this point, they've not said it's an emergency or a threat to public health to do it. And then if the state legislator directs them to mandate that folks take it out or don't add it in, then for me, that's putting it, the decision in the place where it should be with the folks who are experts. And we have heard from both sides. Tonight, most folks who want to take it out. But we can tell you, we've had emails from lots of professionals, particularly dental professionals, that talk about the public health benefits of leaving it in. And I shared on Monday, too, I can tell you, you know, three of us have, you know, walked door to door and knocked on doors in the past year. And the issue, the organization that was on the agenda earlier, about 8 out of 10 folks wanted to talk about them and that issue when we'd knock on the door. I don't recall one door I knocked on out of thousands where folks said, if you get elected mayor, I want you to make sure we have fluoride taken out of the water. It just has not come up. In fact, I shared Monday, until Councilmember Cotton put this on the agenda for discussion a couple months ago, I don't think I had one person in the community reach out to me to talk about this issue. That said, I have, and I talked with several folks today who want it taken out. I have great respect for their opinion. I just don't know enough about it. I've tried to learn as much as I can. But I told one person today wants it taken out. I really can't tell you where the citizens of Clearwater that use our water primarily, where they stand on it. I don't know if this is a small group. I don't know if most people want it taken out. I just don't know. I haven't seen any surveys to see how people feel about it. I do want to point out, too, that you know, several folks said filters, and I've had people write to me that, too. We pointed out the other day when the Surgeon General was here, folks with the delegation he brought in were all drinking bottled water. there's so much bottled water today that folks are ingesting. They're not ingesting tap water. I was drinking it Monday, I'm drinking it here again Thursday, probably jeopardizing my health, although I think I grew up with fluoridated water in Indiana. And you either have bottled water kids are drinking now or filtered water. I just don't think that most kids are ingesting tap water the way they were when some of these studies were done showing it's dangerous to their health. And the bathing, I would say, just as a layperson, I'm not sure I understand that or the concern over that when Florida is full of swimming pools and many have them in their backyards, full of chlorine, and we'll let kids join swim clubs and swim in it and ingest it every day, chlorinated water, but somehow that mineral is different from what is already a regulated level of fluoride in the water. So I would just say over time, I just don't think that this issue, although I understand the concerns that folks have raised about it, I don't think it's that urgent that we need to make a decision on it right now. I would like to continue to look at it, analyze it, but see if the state steps in, which they will have to do something or not do something by May 2nd. Now, I would like to see this decision made by the experts at the state instead of local communities, because I don't think this going county by county, city by city, asking city councils, county commissions to review all this, to get on top of it, I don't think that's the best way. And I don't think it's such an urgent issue that the public's in danger that we should change it now. So I will be voting no on the motion. Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, thank you. To some of the points here and some that were made, I spent a lot of time on this, and then I don't know how the sentiments were, but I tallied everything. So I'm going to go down the list real quick. Clearwater residents to keep Florida, that we were emailed, or at least I can tell you we were all emailed. 2, keep Clearwater residents, because I know Clearwater makes a Clearwater residents to keep fluoride in their water who emailed us. There were 2. Clearwater residents to stop fluoride, because I know it matters where these people live. 107. 37 of those came since Monday. Doctors to stop fluoride. That's just Florida. They could be anywhere, honestly, in the nation. 5. Doctors in Clearwater to stop fluoride. 3. Residents nationwide to keep fluoride. Emails to us. 1. Residents to stop fluoride nationwide. 54. We received a total of 228 emails, at least I did, to get rid of fluoride. I'm going to compare that to the other controversial topic that we had. Garden, say no, 42. Garden, 4, 2. But that doesn't say perspective. I mean, and same agenda item, I mean, I don't know what is, and that's why I tallied it too, because I'm sure I know what some of the sentiment is to the Clearwater residents that contacted us. That's why I wanted to put it out to the Florida emails that we also got, or nation. Still beats our Garden Avenue by 54 to 42. This is a public health issue, and I go back to, if there's one study, just like Dr. Latipo said, that says it presents risk, is that not enough? And why is it just because we can only help 67% not good enough to do it? You know what? We're looking at, well, we can't do it for all. That's too bad. We could do it for almost 95,000 people. And then that echoes. That's another tally of a municipality that took a positive stance for the public health or choice, to give the citizens a choice. Because, Mr. Mayor, we can go out and buy bottled water. You're 100% right. My kids drink more tap water that has a Amazon-delivered 60-day filter all the time. It's what we use. We have bottled water in the fridge too, but that's where they're going because it's easy access to them. They don't have to go out and open the door and then get me to open the bottle. The argument there is allow people the choice to go and get fluoridated water if they want it, and allow them to go purchase the fluoridated product. Don't mass medicate everybody. And who's to say that we don't make this decision and then the county says, oh man, Miami-Dade, largest water authority in the state, said they're stopping it. Clearwater said we're stopping it. hey, we will stop it. We know we've got these legislative bills. We know those things fall through all the time, or something gets attached, something gets put in there, and then it doesn't make it. I want to believe and hope that it does have the wheels and it goes, but we all know in the 11th hour, it could fail. It could. So we have a real choice now to do a thing and give the people their choice. It's either they have the choice to consume fluoridated water or not. Right now, there is no choice. So I don't know why we, nonpartisan, but majority of us up here are conservatives, for limited government, are taking a big government stance on this. Like, it's just, that's mind-boggling to me. Allow the free market to dictate what they want to do. Again, if there's one shred that it might be harmful, who are we to make that decision? Allow somebody else to go and make the decision for their family, not have to spend $4,000 on a reverse osmosis system to try to hope they're getting it out. We spend $50,000, $179 roughly annually for all fluoridation, including testing the whole 9 yards. Yes, we could use a portion, if so chosen, to buy toothpaste, and I would be all for that and give it out to the community, neighborhoods, coordinators, if people need it. State, then county, again, I just alluded to that. Here, we can make a decision, and then through the decisions we're making, just like these other 21 cities and counties, Pinellas County could fall in line. And then that's the ripple effect where you see true positive change happening. Mr. Michaelek spoke, and he reached out to about his sister, who is extremely educated, right? And she even alluded to keeping fluoride at the safe levels, but in his very speech up here said, toothpaste on the teeth isn't there long enough. So do we think that drinking the bottle or the tap water or the water that we're consuming, that it's keeping the fluoride on our teeth any longer? I can tell you this, my toothpaste stays on my teeth a lot longer than when I ingest water. So I'm not seeing the long-standing medical benefits orally, but I am going to feel them systemically somehow, way, shape, or form, or could. Dr. Mullet, I appreciate you being here for a second time, but you alluded to it being a drug. We know it's a drug. Again, are we comfortable not being doctors to say, yep, we're going to continue doing it because the state is going to be in control of it? I don't see it. And yes, we are under the 0.7. The last test was 0.5. That's still a range, The next test, it could be 1.2, or it could be 0.8, I mean, we do the best we can. I think Rich does a really good job of trying to give us the best possible water to our taps that we have. But again, it's not just bathing. It's not just our faucet. You go to a restaurant, you get a sweet tea, you get an iced tea, you get a Coke. It's in every bit of that. It's in your ice. I mean, whatever you got, that's where it's going. So consent is one of the biggest things. Why are we forcing this on people, not allowing them a choice, unless they can afford thousands of dollars reverse osmosis system, when just like I can go to Sam's Club now and buy spring water, those choosing to get fluoridated water can go and buy fluoridated water. I don't see that argument. I feel bad about it, but I mean, at the same time, I don't, because I look at my kids. I think of your future grandchild. I look at the kids that were presented here and the community. Like, it's not just the children. The children are one thing, but even as we get older and the effects that it has. Here's the other thing, like, I love our dentist. I go to a dentist. She would probably tell me the exact same thing that all the other dentists are, because something else that I didn't point out is that doctors from around the world, I'll say world, 57 of them, all for keeping fluoride. And again, the doctors for taking it out, 8. So if that doesn't say something, that you're in an echo chamber, you went to dental school and got taught one thing, and then you go to your conferences to continue your medical education courses, and you're just being told this. These are the studies. We did have a holistic doctor, very credible person that stood up here and said, I didn't sit right with me. I went and did more research, and it doesn't sit right with me. I can see the sentiment. It's just very disappointing that we're going to defer to the state. What are we doing here, though? I mean, I don't get it. We can make a credible change for 95,000 people. That's a lot of people. You can make a true difference. Yes, 37% will not get it. I attest you are 1,000% correct, but I am hopeful that with our change, other people in the county would even follow suit. 54,900 people would not receive the treatment if we voted to remove it. That is 37% of the Clearwater population, whereas 93,600, or 63% of our population, would benefit. So again, it goes back to even Dr. Latipo. Are we making a medical decision for everybody, and are we comfortable with it? And if there is a shred of doubt that it could be harmful, I think that's the clear answer. If it could be harmful, then no, we shouldn't do it and allow people to go and purchase the products that have fluoride in it. I mean, it's very simple to me. I don't know why this is I mean, I've heard you, but it's just so simple to me to be able to help those almost 100,000 people. So I don't have anything else to add. I really hope, in literally the 11th hour here, that maybe one of you guys will change your mind, you know. But there is a motion, and I'm not going to just keep talking.
I understand your frustration in the sense that you just don't understand where I'm coming from, and I feel the same way. Like, for example, you're giving all these numbers, and I want to, and I'm not saying this that you'll understand that I understand how you feel, but I can also say 30 out of 32 people that came were against Garden, and only 6 were for. But that didn't change your mind and your conviction, right?
Right.
I'm hoping now you can understand my perspective. Sometimes the numbers are not just the numbers for you if you feel strongly about something. But is there a motion yet or no?
Can I respond to that? I will say that.
If I could say that.
Absolutely.
I think we all appreciate how passionate you are about this issue. That's coming through clearly. I just ask you to respect that we may not agree with you.
Oh, I do.
Okay. And it kind of feels like maybe you don't respect the fact that we feel differently about it than you do. But we all respect the passion you bring to this. You definitely, with statistics, you know the topic, and you are, you're on it, and you feel very passionate about it, and you're fighting for those folks that want to take it out. And I respect that, and others do. But it's just that we have a different perspective. The one thing I did want to say, and I mean, we've been here already, it's 11:20, so I'd like to get to vote pretty soon if we can, if nobody else has anything to share. But the one thing I did hear, and again, when Surgeon General came in the other day, I was a little bit confused by, he's like, well, I know some of you already decided. I had not decided when he came in. I've been open-minded on it. I've been looking at it. I've been spending a lot of time on it too. I don't know the statistics as well as you do. The one thing I did pick up on was from the folks, the dentists, the folks who are in the public health side. You're talking about, hey, well, you know, if you don't want a fluoride, if you want fluoride, go get it, X, Y, and Z. The public health benefit is that a lot of kids in Clearwater don't go to the dentist. They don't get any dental care at all. They can't afford bottled water. Their families can't afford a filter. They're drinking tap water, and the reason we add it is largely for that part of our population, those kids who do not get dental care at all. You know, the communities, what I'm reading from the folks who are wanting to leave it in, is that we should consider that. If you don't want to drink fluoridated water, the families that make that choice often have the financial means to provide alternatives, bottled water or filtered water. But the population that needs the fluoride the most is the population that can't afford it. So I'm not even arguing for that part. I'm just saying that is one of the things I've heard from particularly the dental community that wants to leave it in. It's those kids who, they don't have the money, and the assumption is my kid went twice a year for his checkup, like a lot of our kids do. The reality is a lot of kids don't go for a checkup at all, ever. They just don't. And so it's, that's the part of the community I want to hear from, is that population that we've not heard from so far. So maybe I'd change my mind down the road. But right now, I just don't know how the entire community feels about it. So anybody else got anything to?
No, I'll just add to it. I greatly respect your passion on the issue, all the homework you did. My lack of a voting with you tonight is it's not a no, and I don't believe you, or I don't believe the science, or I don't think it's in the best interest of our community. It's more of I don't think now is the timing of it. We have May 2nd, and the legislation will make decisions, and we're intertwined with the county, the whole procedure of how we fluoridate part of the community's water and not the other half, and how to communicate with them who's getting fluoride and who's not. I don't think that's a place that we're in a health crisis where we have to make that decision tonight. I think we do have time to make that decision. It comes back before us, and I 100% would not have a problem voting in that direction. I'm not a no, I disagree with you. Tonight's probably for me not the time to, I think it's a little premature to make that decision, and down the road revisiting it when they're done in Tallahassee and our county has an opportunity.
Okay. All right. Any other further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Wait a minute.
All those in favor for, the motion was to.
Motion
remove.
is to
Motion is
take
to
it out.
remove the fluoridation from the water.
So I'm a yes.
Yes.
Okay. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So that would be Councilmember Cotton and Vice Mayor voting for it, and Councilmember Menino and myself and Councilmember Teixeira voting against. Motion fails 3-2. Thank you. So that brings us to the right spot.
Bottled water is fluoridated.
Council member, I guess we're at closing comments by council members. Councilmember Cotton. Okay.
Nothing to say, sir. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Teixeira. Councilmember Menino.
No, sir, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing more.
Closing comments by mayor or none. Thank you for attending this evening. We'll adjourn the meeting.